important thing I learned from him is aging in place. All these concepts were new to me. I was completely immersed in entrepreneurship. Building startups and focusing on research on personalized medicine. But aging was never on my agenda or radar. But because of my personal activities, I learned a lot. And as I mentioned, this resulted in Longevity Asia. We had over 350 participants across 60 different institutes last year. It was a very, how would I say, we didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and from the conversation to the event, probably less than 3 months. Me and Dhananjay sir worked diligently and made it happen. And I have to thank every one of the attendees, participants, and speakers last year, making it a successful event. This year, we had plans to make it as an in-person, and we pursued the in-person collaborations with University of Colombo at Sri Lanka. Spent a lot of time, but unfortunately, things did not work out. One thing I learned in the startup space is that there is something called growing pains. So as much as you wish you can do a lot of things, but the growing pains, what it means is you'll also end up with certain circumstances beyond your control, and you have to keep moving on. And that's exactly how we took Longevity Asia as well. So we moved on and converted into virtual conference. And moving forward, we are looking forward to add more activities next year as well as we go forward. But we will one step at a time. You will hear from us as we go forward. Across this journey, I met a lot of new people. Thanks to Dhananjay sir and others, I met Professor Shivram, Dr. Gangadhar, Mala Shankardas, and Malti Jaswal, and some people even I had the opportunity to meet in person, like Nikhil Gandekar from IISc. There were many conversations and many more interactions, and I am glad our activity resulted in conversations, happening conversations across India and going forward across Asia. So what we have this year is a focus on aging. Again, it's a multidimensional, transdisciplinary, multidimensional aging, longevity, and quality of life. If you translate directly into what kind of scientific aspects, it covers the biology side, clinical side, social sciences side, and the policy side, and more importantly, the solution side, which is the engineering. Bringing in all the solutions that can help people age gracefully, and that is what we have this year as well. And I want to thank my steering committee members, who had been with me all this year. Professor Anil Krishna from Global Institutes of Transformation, Trivandrum, India. Professor T.R. Dilip, in International Institute of Population Sciences, Mumbai, and Professor Varalakshmi Manchana, University of Hyderabad, India. And most importantly, Dhananjay Bansod, Professor Dhananjay Bansod from IIPS. So we spent a lot of time together in making this a reality, and we could not have achieved this without the support of the volunteers who, day in, day out, spend a lot of time in the peer review of presentations and abstracts, and continuing the conversations with the authors. They spent a lot of time in making this a reality. So I want to thank the volunteers as well. Today we have, a chief guest, Andrea Washner, who is a country representative of UNFPA, and you will hear from her as well. And as we go forward throughout the day, you will hear different perspectives of the same puzzle of aging, longevity, and quality of life, different scientific perspectives. And as always, one of our goal with the conference from the day one is how can we engage students and make them a partner in pursuing solutions or policies or the outcomes that can help people today, instead of exclusively pursuing the intellectual side, but also looking forward how we can bring them, translate them into actionable items. So you will hear different perspectives as we go forward, and I am hoping that we all learn a lot of things during the next 3 days. Back to back, we have a seminar, we have a conversations. Tomorrow there is a panel as well, and in the panel, Professor Anil is chairing that panel, and there are four eminent speakers: a surgeon, entrepreneur, and Malti Jaswal, and Dr. Professor T.V. Shekhar, and others as well. And we are looking forward to all these conversations. During this period, during the next 3 days, please feel free to spread the word, and feel free to ask questions, and feel free to interact. And if you guys need anything, please do let us know. And thank you, everyone. Thanks again, and looking forward to the next steps in the process. And I believe the next is Professor Dhananjay Bansod, introduction of dignitaries, and we will take it from there. Professor Bansod.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, so let me also join Dr. Shashank Ashili in welcoming you to this second International Conference on Aging, Longevity and Quality of Life organized by Longevity Asia. As he has given a very good background of this Longevity Asia, how we have started and how we have go ahead with this, and what are the different steps that we have come across, and what are the different collaborators that included. So building on this remarkable success of its first edition, which brought together over 350 participants from across the globe, this conference continues to grow as a vibrant platform for dialogue, collaborations, and knowledge exchange. The enthusiastic participation and rich deliberations during our first conference clearly demonstrated the relevance and urgency of highlighting the issues of aging and longevity in the Asian context. Longevity Asia is committed to advancing a deeper and more nuanced understanding of aging, longevity, and quality of life across the diverse populations. This transdisciplinary conference brings together scholars, practitioners, and policymakers from biological, social, clinical, technological, and policy domains, reflecting the complex and interconnected nature of aging and contemporary societies. As Asia experiences rapid demographic transition, the theme addressed in this conference are not only timely but critically important. Over the next 3 days, we hope this forum will foster meaningful conversations, encourage cross-disciplinary insights, and inspire innovative approaches to improve the quality of life across the life course. We extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, speakers, and practitioners, participants, and we wish you a stimulating and enriching conference experience. Thank you all for joining this important event. Now we have formal, at this moment, let me request Professor Mala Kapu Shankadas to formally introduce today's keynote speaker, that is UNFPA country representative, Ms. Andrea Wajnar. So, Professor Mala, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you and greetings to all. It is an honor to welcome and introduce our chief guest for the day, Ms. Andrea Wajner, country representative of UNFPA, whom I've had the pleasure of meeting many times and always enriched by my interactions with her. Her passion for promoting rights and choices for all is admirable and inspiring. Ms. Andrea Wachner has spent the last 4 decades managing and leading development and humanitarian operations from grassroots to international levels in over 50 countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Driven by evidence and the power of data, she conducts public advocacy and high-level policy dialogue to influence decision makers on the necessity of gender equality for sustainable development. Her work also advances demographic resilience, including a strong focus on population aging. Prior to her current appointment, Andrea served as UNFPA Mozambique representative and UNFPA Senegal representative, as well as country director for the Gambia. Before joining the United Nations, she managed programs for the US Peace Corps, International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and the American Red Cross Society. A US national, Ms. Wagner holds Masters of Arts degree in Management from McGill University and Social Change and Development Economics from the Johns Hopkins School for Advanced International Studies. We warmly welcome her today to this important conference and thank her for accepting our invite to deliver the inaugural address, which we all eagerly await to listen. We will be playing her video as she could not join at this time due to prior travel plans. May I request, please,
Yes.
play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Request all to please mute themselves.
I think Divya, there is no voice as such. Can you just increase the volume?
Sir, problem?
Just not able to hear.
Unable to hear?
Yeah.
We cannot hear her.
The audio you have to switch on, sir. Audio of the video.
It is. I can hear her with audio.
No, we are not able to hear.
Okay, hold on.
Or should I share?
Can you hear now?
No.
No, not it.
Dhananjay, why don't you share it? Because
Yeah,
you could hear
sir,
it
you just
yesterday when.
take it out. I'll share.
Okay, okay. You go ahead and share, sir.
Yeah.
Interesting. Sorry for the technical challenge.
And good evening to all the distinguished scientists, policymakers. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the distinguished scientists, policymakers, technologists, and researchers joining from across the Asian continent and beyond. As the representative.
Sir, is it okay now? Here you can hear?
Yes, sir, we can hear.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
everything fine.
Yeah, I'm playing now.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the distinguished scientists, policymakers, technologists, and researchers joining from across the Asian continent and beyond. As the representative of the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, here in India, it's my honor to address you. This conference's transdisciplinary focus, spanning the biological, social, technological, and policy aspects of aging, is exactly what we need to transform the narrative of population aging from a challenge into a blueprint for opportunity. Thank you to Longevity Asia for convening this very vital discussion. Asia stands at the epicenter of a profound demographic transformation. Currently, the Asia-Pacific region is home to 723 million people aged 60 and over. That's 15% of the total population. But by 2050, this will reach nearly 1.3 billion people, representing 1 in 4. In India alone, we will see the elderly population more than double, from 162 million this year to 346 million by the middle of the century. Longevity, the central theme of this conference, is one of humanity's greatest achievements. When I speak of older persons across India, I'm reminded that aging is not an abstract statistic. It's the lived experience of women and men who built families, sustained economies, educated generations, and held communities together. These longer lives reflect decades of contribution and resilience. Yet the defining question of our time is not simply how long we live, but how well we live those added years. This conference agenda captures this beautifully, pairing advances in molecular clocks and biological aging with discussions on social networks, care systems, and policy frameworks. Because extending lifespan without ensuring dignity, security, and equality of life is an incomplete victory. At UNFPA, our work on population dynamics positions us uniquely at the intersection of these issues. We see an aging Asia where the social aspect, traditional support structures are under strain. Families are smaller, migration separates generations, and caregiving disproportionately still falls on women. Many older persons live longer, but alone, facing social isolation and unmet care needs. Then there's the economic impact, where aging demands forward-looking planning. Rising healthcare and social protection costs, shifts in labor markets, and the need for age-inclusive industries challenge governments. Yet millions of older persons, especially those from informal sectors, lack financial security. Longevity without income or care turns a demographic gain into a risk. Critically, the policy response must also be inclusive, equitable, and gender responsive. Lifelong inequalities, especially for women, shape how people age. Whether it's chronic illness, social exclusion, and financial vulnerability, these aren't experienced equally. A longer life for some cannot come at the expense of a good life for all. We must recognize that the experience of aging isn't uniform. The challenges, be it risks of dementia, chronic disease, or social isolation, are compounded by lifelong inequalities, especially for women and those in the informal economy. Drawing inspiration from the comprehensive themes of this conference, I wish to focus our collective mind on 2 essential pillars for an inclusive aging society. The first, gender-responsive aging policies. It should be clear that we must actively address lifelong gender inequality in old age. Policies for social protection and healthcare must be designed with a gender lens, ensuring that women, who often have fewer savings and higher caregiving burdens, are empowered and protected. This is a clear mandate in your scientific themes and a core commitment of UNFPA. And second, the care economy and social protection. Expanding social protection to informal workers and vulnerable elders is a non-negotiable. Furthermore, we must invest in the dynamics of long-term care, improving availability, accessibility, and quality, and interlinking social sector support with healthcare services. This is where the promise of tech innovations, from AI-leveraged health records to digital assistance, can truly transform lives, but only if we bridge the digital divide and ensure inclusive technology design. The demographic shift underway in Asia is irreversible, but the quality of life in older age is not predetermined. The second international virtual conference that you are experiencing now is more than an event. It's a critical moment for shared learning and commitment. And your work across biology, policy, and technology will help shape a future where longevity is a blessing, not a burden. So let us commit to move simply beyond extending lifespan to actively improving and maintaining the quality of life. Let's work together to ensure that every individual in Asia can age with health, security, and dignity. I wish you all very productive discussions over the days ahead. Thank you.
Shashank sir, you are on mute.
Sorry. Profound message from Andrea. Thank you, Mala ma'am, for opening doors for us. And please convey our thanks, heartfelt thanks to Miss Andrea as well. And I believe the next conversation is release of conference program brochure by Professor Anil Krishna. Sir,
Yeah.
it's to you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Shashank, for the opportunity. And yeah, good morning, distinguished guests, respected panelists, my colleagues, and my dear friends. A warm welcome to everyone to this conference on aging, longevity, and quality of life. It's a privilege to moderate this particular session, briefly frame the themes, structure of the conference over the next 3 days, how we are going to run this show for the next 3 days. To be brief on the context of this conference, which my former speakers were touched upon, I'm also going to touch upon a bit there. Asia, all of us knows that which is growing faster, aging, which is people above 60 years is growing very fast. And interestingly, world's longest life expectancies exist in Asia. And we all know that Japan, Singapore, South Korea, then Hong Kong, etc. And we expect a mid of this century, nearly 1 in 4 people in Asia will be over the age of 60. And especially several countries, especially in the East and Southeast Asia, are aging very rapidly before achieving the comprehensive social protection, pension coverage, long-term care, health systems issues, etc. This conference, therefore, goes beyond celebrating the longer lives. It focuses on how to ensure healthy, secure, and dignified aging. And most importantly, we are going to critically analyze how the policies translates into practice in a diverse Asian context. This is having said this brief, I'm just taking you all to the brochure, which is already going to be in your screen in a moment. See, a total of 131 papers has been submitted by researchers across Asia. Not only the researchers, the faculty, the students community, they have submitted, out of which the peer-reviewed group identified 118 which is appropriate for this conference based on the criteria set by the steering committee. Among 118, out of 118, 52 papers are going to be presented in the next 3 days. Let me briefly outline the conference structure, beginning with the day 1. The day 1 set the foundation of the conference theme with a technical session under track 1, longevity and healthy aging, that examines the biological, social, and system level determinants of aging. Across the day one, we will hear from 22 participants or the presenters whose contribution to provide the evidence base that grounds the rest of the conference. The day two of forms the core of the conference that features one plenary and 3 technical sessions. The 60 minutes plenary brings together 4 panelists from the policy, research, healthcare, and academics to discuss on the policy impact of aging, challenges and opportunities in Asia. The sessions include 2 moderated discussions round, then an interactive audience question and answers, focusing on how the aging-related policies translated into practice across the diverse Asian context. The discussion aims to further identify the implementation gaps, highlight the successful policy approaches, and explore the practical pathways to advance healthy, inclusive, and dignified aging in the region. The session also focuses on how the national and international policies are shaping the lives of the older persons across Asia, with a particular attention to the health and long-term care. In fact, social protection and income security, inclusion, equity, and community-based responses. A key emphasis on the day 2, which is the gap between the policy design and the implementation, and what can be done to bridge the divide. With the 21 presenters, the day offers strong comparative insight and encourages active exchanges among the participants. Day 3 is intentionally forward-looking and solution-oriented. It encompasses basically the technical and the synthesis session with 9 presenters, which centered around the conference core theme, healthy, inclusive, and dignified aging. The discussions on and the final day focuses on translating evidences into actionable policies, strengthening the institutional financing mechanism, building the inclusive, age-friendly societies at scale. In summary, over the course of 3 days, the conference include 6 sessions, 1 plenary, and 5 technical sessions. The contributions from 52 presenters are critical in this the entire 3 days, as the presenters, the researchers, from young researchers to the experienced researchers, going to give us different thoughts on the new, I would say, the emerging society. The structure is deliberate, moving from framing the evidence to the technical depth, and finally the synthesizing the action. As we begin, I encourage all the speakers to be mindful of time, engage one another's perspective, and keep the focus on policy to practice linkage. With that, let's begin a meaningful discussion on aging in Asia for the next 3 days. And once again, I welcome to the participants who have been already signed in, and expecting more participants to this event. Thank you very much.
Sir, you have muted, sir.
Still, you are on mute.
My apologies. Our last speaker for this session is Vote of Thanks by Professor T.R. Dilip.
Yeah.
Sir, to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shashank. So, as one of the steering committee member of the conference, I am taking this opportunity to express the vote of thanks. First and foremost, to Dr. Andrea Wojner, representative for UNFPA. So it is a big inspiration for us, so that she has endorsed the conference, and her participation really, even though she cannot make it, that really illuminated and it is also a motivation for all of us in organizing the future conferences related to. Then when we say, we have to say something about Dr. Shashank Ashley, because he is the person, he is a scientist come entrepreneur, who is the person behind, who sowed the seeds of this conference along with my colleague, Professor Dhananjay. So their efforts, no, we cannot forgive, because they are having throughout, they were instrumental. In last 8 months, I suppose, we have been having weekly meetings for this event to happen. So very, let us take this opportunity to thank them. Similarly, we have Professor Varalakshmi from University of Hyderabad. So she and her students were very instrumental in supporting various activities for the conference, as well as in guiding us in several things related to organization. And we always have Dr. Mala Shankar Kapoor Das. Whenever we have some issue, we reach out to her. Today also, she was very much instrumental in getting our opening remark by UNFPA representative. Thank you, madam. So we looking forward for your continuous support. Okay, so then I also have to mention about the partnership. So here we have the partnership between QR Science mainly. We are using their infrastructure, everything for that is to be really acknowledged, along with Krebs, Newman, and Renix. So very thankful. Of course, then we have a conference secretariat which is managed by Divya. Okay, you might have, as participant, many of you might have received repeated email, reminder, things like that. Even we also get that kind of thing. Thank you, Divya, for taking that effort. So I think I have acknowledged everybody, but one more thing, we received so much. You see, this topic is on aging, but we received something like 135 abstracts. So they have to be screened. So we had reviewers, though many of them are not here. I take this opportunity to thank them. Similarly, we have a young brigade who are actually, you will see their action due course also, volunteers from all the partnering institutions, including University of Hyderabad, QR Science, IIPS. Okay, so lastly, to my organization, IIPS, of course, Dhananjay is the co-director of the Center for Aging. We are also very thankful to IIPS director for allowing us to use the infrastructure and resources for the conference. And that is all from my side. And let us hope that we will have very good cutting edge research on longevity, healthy aging, and related extension strategies. And I take this opportunity to invite the chair of the next session, so that we are on time. Okay, so just 5 minutes late, we can go ahead with the new session.
Sir, you missed Anil, sir.
Oh, sorry. Anil, I am very sorry. Because of that, Anil, no, we are very lucky to have Anil as a resource person, because he was transitioning from his JHU directorship in Rwanda and shifting to his new place. That time we were lucky to get him. So his guidance have been throughout the conference from every aspects. So very big thank you for all his contributions, and we will like to hear more from him in due course. Okay. So thank you. So I invite the chairs of the next two.
Yes, sir. I think so. We have some time in between before we start our actual presentations. If I'm not mistaken, Divya, please correct me if I'm not mistaken. We have around 20 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I would like to take this opportunity to engage the panel members, as well as to engage the audience as well. I have for one, before I ask my request, let me give you an example about last year. Last year, we, in addition to what Professor Dhananjay and other opening doors for other people to meet other people. There was enormous support from the community, people who reached out to us directly. Hey, whatever you guys are doing, this is awesome. We would like to support you in whatever the way possible. Please keep us updated about future activities. And I want to acknowledge one such connection is Malti Jaswal. And she is the founder of Inspiring Seniors Foundation, and she is actually involved in caregiving. So my point is, please, everyone, take this opportunity. Reach out to people. If you want an introduction, please let us know. If we can get an introduction for you. If you want to meet someone, please do let us know. Or if you have an idea, or if you want to pursue an idea, please feel free to reach out to us and let us work together. Let us collaborate and let's explore the possible avenues. That's one request I have for everyone. And before we go on to the next conversation, I want to acknowledge, as Professor Dilip mentioned, every individual who had been, many of them you might have seen here, but there are many other folks who are not here today, but supported this conference across the board, supported our activities across the board. And I would like to thank every one of them. And tomorrow we have a panel conversation. Professor Anil is chairing that conversation. I would like to ask Professor Anil to provide a little bit more insights about the conference, about the panel, and also let us introduce our panelists, Professor Anil. And I can introduce Malti Jaswal, Ms. Malti Jaswal, and Dr. Shah, Niral Shah. And if you could introduce Professor T.V. Shekhar and Professor Anil, that would be great, sir.
Yeah, sure. So let me start with the Professor T.V. Shekhar. He's a good friend of mine. We had worked together when I was in IIPS. He was in Dharwad PRC or Bangalore. I mean, I forgot that where. We had a very good interaction. Essentially, he's a professor at the International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai, with a specialization in population and aging. And also social demography, gender issues, family issues, large-scale demography surveys, and number of things he has got in his career. And he's also a Fulbright Nehru Senior Fellow and visiting fellow at the Oxford Brookes University, and visiting scholar at the Department of Social Sciences, Lund University, and several international universities. He is the professor. And the important thing which Shekhar is getting to know in the aging circle is the LASI study, longitudinal aging study in India, both the waves, wave 1 and 2. And the global aging and adult health, yes, SAGE study on aging. It's a SAGE study. He had been instrumental in conducting these studies. And in addition, there was a study which started by the government of India in the 90s, 98, 99, which was, we call it as district level household and facilities survey, DLHS. That survey, he was the principal investigator of the entire Karnataka state. And when you come to his publications, I think he has over 150 publications, and over 20 projects, and also has got almost 10 to 10, mostly 10 edited books. And one of the important thing which again I wanted to highlight here is when we had met together last time at SRM University in Chennai, where it is an Indian Association of Social Sciences and Health. In that particular conference, he's been elected as the president for a period of 2018 to 2022. And his work essentially focuses on some of the policy challenges and things like that. This is what a brief. I think all the young researchers are going to get an opportunity to essentially interact with him in the session tomorrow morning. Then I'm moving to another person, Dr. Anil. Anil, believe me, but I know I have very limited interactions with him. I had a very limited interaction with him. He is the associate professor at School of Public Health at JSS AHMER Mysore. He's basically a expert who had been into the academia research, then comes to the civil society organization. Basically, his skills are the community-based, strengthening the community-based system. That was his skill, and essentially working with the grassroots level agencies in implementing the program. He also has got over 30 peer-reviewed publications and mobilized little more than 7 crores of research funding from national and global agencies. And one of the important factor here, which caught my attention when I was looking at his profile, was the Panchamrita model of longevity and that particular approach, which in fact I'm not even aware about it. Which was connected with the early metabolic risk score, how to identify those things. He is essentially working on that. He's a good mentor, educator, and he also promotes the social entrepreneurship in public health. And we are very happy to be part of one of the panelists in the tomorrow's session. And I hope we will again getting further opportunity to interact with him. This is from my end, and over to Shashank sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I am actually looking forward to learning more about that model because, as you can imagine, these days in the space, the longevity and aging space, uh, a 360-degree view of an individual health and social dynamics. If you look into all the blue zones, for example, right, one of the important things they all mention across the blue zones is the social dynamics, social interactions that make life stress-free and increases the longevity and improves the quality of life. So I'm looking forward to learning more about his model, and specifically, it is tied to the biology side as well. That is, there are different activities coming up in this space, and I'm glad we are having Professor Anil tomorrow, and obviously Professor Shekhar. So let me introduce on the two other panelists. Let me start with Dr. Niral Shah. He is an emergency care physician and an entrepreneur. He and I go way long back. After my PhD, I joined a surgical innovation program. It's called the Biodesign Program at the University of Missouri, Columbia. It was the second at the time after Stanford. And the idea there was, you put a surgeon, you put an engineer, you put an entrepreneur, and give them access to the OR. Let them figure out what can be innovated. So it's a very cool program, and me and Dr. Shaw was not only the surgeon, but by then he already sold his first startup. So he was doing his residency, but he completed his first startup as well. So he bought perspectives from the surgical side as well as the entrepreneurship side, and I was on the engineering side. So we kind of came up with more than 250 ideas that can be innovated in a healthcare delivery. And we had fun. We had learned a lot from each other. And over the years, our paths diverted. He was more into surgical side. I was more into translational side, and we reconnected. And currently, he is he just finished his MBA at the age of 45. I shouldn't mention his age, but he finished his MBA from Ross School, and he is working with the TIE, which is the Indus Entrepreneurship, as you all know, entrepreneurs, which is a big organization. So he primarily operates, still he is working in the surgical space, but he also operates, spends a lot of time in the mentorship side and the startup space. and investments. So he brings a tremendous insight from not only the healthcare delivery. He's an Indian, born Indian, but raised in America. So he still has contacts in India, still visits regularly his families. So he understands both sides of the world, if you will. And at the same time, he understands the cultural aspects that are involved. And the healthcare delivery models, he's been looking into that for almost 20 years. And at the same time, in the innovation side, age tech, as they call it, these days. Age tech is a very upcoming silver economy, right? And there are a lot of opportunities that can be translated from the academic world into commercial space. And I think his perspectives from that side would be very much important and very much relevant to our conversations at Longevity Asia, because as much as we want to talk about science, but at the end goal always needs to be how can we help people, right? How can we take what we know as the science in the lab, or in our own intellectual space, how can we translate that out into reality, commercial reality, is always the goal. And I'm looking forward to that conversations tomorrow in your panel with Dr. Shah. And with the Malti Jaswal, she is a senior consultant with the World Bank. She spent all her career in the insurance space. As much as insurance is a very upcoming thing in India, insurance has a bigger role to play in the healthcare delivery. Insurance is the one that essentially powers the whole healthcare delivery side. And I am much more excited to have her tomorrow and share her insights from the policy perspective, because she worked with the central government as well as World Bank, and she has much more knowledge on the policy side as well. So, taking this data, crunching this, and how to come up with actionable items. So that's another side. In addition to that, she recently started the Inspiring Seniors Foundation, where she is involved primarily with working with the senior citizens. But at the same time, I in my interactions with her, what I learned from her is, which we all know, which is the senior citizens. Yes, they are senior citizens, but guess what? They have a lifelong expertise in certain fields, and all the newcomers, the new generation, can learn a lot from them as advisors and as supporters, as mentors. So she kind of focuses more on bringing this knowledge, this expertise, along with using her platform, bringing this expertise and mentor the younger generation. She is very passionate about that, and her knowledge on the insurance space makes much more how would I say, a compelling for Longevity Asia to learn from both of them, and at the same time, Professor Anil and Professor TV Shekhar. So I'm looking forward to the conversations tomorrow, sir. And I hope our audience will are also looking forward to those conversations. One thing I always, when we started this, I had having conversations with Professor Dhananjay all the time. I'm always interested in innovation. And how can we take this knowledge and translate into the innovation model, innovation space would be, in the coming years, that would be the focus. That would be one of the focus for Longevity of Asia. Whether it is supporting the startups, either through investments or mentorship or both, startups that have a solution that can help seniors age gracefully in place, and however they want, looking at that as an aspect, that would be one area. We are always looking for collaborators. We are always looking for, supporters and people who can help us navigate that space. And that's one area. The second area, again, this is upcoming in the coming years, is how can we build the intellectual space that is accessible to actual consumers, in this case, senior citizens. All this intellectual knowledge we are building, with abstracts, papers, and all this, how can we take this knowledge and crunch it out and give it to senior citizens, especially in India, where the challenge is we do have multiple languages across different states, and converting this into that, I think the AI might help a lot in building that platform, crunching these insights and translating them into useful, actionable items for senior citizens to follow, and back and forth and take the feedback from them. That's the second aspect, as we go forward in the coming years. The third aspect is I still, I go back to the core why when I started having these conversations is the resources point of view. This is an area where I would like to request everyone. In India, one of my biggest challenge I encountered, as I was mentioning in my inaugural speech, was finding the resources for my parents was one of my biggest challenge. When I say finding the resources, I'll give you an example. I wanted to find the nearest old age house. I Google it, I'm unable to find it. And I don't know many people in India to make calls. I have some friends and I made those calls, less than 50. What are my next options? And over the time in the last 3 years, I spoke to people, and most of them are in similar situations. They are like, hey, you just call your friends and check with them. But that is not an answer. There got to be a unifying platform, or yellow pages, white pages, or I forgot what they call it in India, but back in the day we used to have a directory where we used to open it and check phone numbers, right? So I think collecting that information and connecting people who might not be digitally present or digitally aware, connecting them and translating those points of contacts and providing them to many of the resources is very, very challenge. We have an old age home in my own village, by the way, which I'm part of, which I engage them, and it's been there for 20 years. One of the things I realized is everyone has a mobile phone, and one of the biggest challenge they have is minimal healthcare challenge. Access to the doctor is one of the biggest challenge. Access to an RMP is one of the biggest challenge. Access to metformin is one of the biggest challenge. These challenges, if you look from the technology point of view, developing an app or developing a solution exclusively for them is literally, at throwaway price, we can get those kind of solutions. But bringing those solutions to the right people, that infrastructure is missing. I think Longevity Asia, as we go forward, we will be investing a lot of time and effort into those three areas. And I would welcome any suggestions from anyone, in the audience, steering committee, and in the audience. Please feel free to reach out to us. Our vision going forward will be in those three areas, in addition to building the intellectual space. So please feel free to reach out to us and let us know how we can work together. Now, with that said, I think we have 3 more minutes before we start the presentations.
Yeah,
And
sir, one more thing.
yes,
Sorry
sir.
to
Yes,
interrupt
please.
in between. Yeah, before starting these presentations, I think let us introduce the chairperson. So for the introduction of the chairperson, I'll request Raghunath to introduce both the chairs, Dr. Shashanka and Professor Varalakshmi, because Varalakshmi ma'am may not be available after 11:40, 11:30. So at least she will also speak something, some 5 minutes now.
Absolutely.
Raghunath, over to you, Raghunath. Please introduce both the speakers, chairperson.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Let me first introduce our first chair, Dr. Shashanka. Dr. Shashanka is a scientist entrepreneur. He was the founding CEO of Cure Science. He concurrently led the Epomics, which is a wearable and app initiative at the Cure Science, and continued to lead the initiative as a senior scientist. During COVID-19, he partnered with premium institutes like IIT Guwahati under the Scientists Beyond Borders initiative in launching affordable medical devices. As an alumni of NIT Warangal, and he completed his MS in electrical engineering from Wright State University in 2003, and then he earned his PhD in optical science from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Dr. Ashili has publication across multiple fields, including digital medicines, chronic disease, single cell analysis, optox, and immunotherapies with H-index of 16. Dr. Ashili is evangelizing, improving science and healthcare access in Asia, primarily in India. Now, our second chair is Dr. Varalakshmi Manchana. Dr. Varalakshmi is an assistant professor in the School of Medical Sciences at the University of Hyderabad. Her broad area of research includes socio-behavioral health promotion for well-being among populations. Specific research areas are aging and health, adolescents' well-being, child injuries, perinatal depressions, gender and social equity issues, and healthcare ethics. She started her professional career in 1993 with 10 years of clinical experience to her credit. Her teaching career is since 2005 as lecturer, worked in various capacities like assistant professor, vice principal, and principal before joining the School of Medical Sciences at the University of Hyderabad. Now it's it's over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghunath. I think our first speaker is Madhurima Sharma. So let's
No,
start our
sir, you are on
conversation.
mute.
No, I'm not. I'm not, sir. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm not on mute, sir. I'm not on mute, sir. Varalakshmi ma'am, you want to add a few words before we start our presentations?
Yeah, Dr. Shashank, as I have mentioned, so after 11:30 or 11:40, I will not be available. I think if you are convenient, I can take over the initial sessions and give over to you before tea break. And after the tea break, maybe we can continue.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Professor Dhananjay and Dr. Shashanka and all other colleagues. And thank you, Raghunath, for introduction. So currently, I work as associate professor in School of Medical Sciences, University of Hyderabad. And having learned since last year about the Longevity Asia initiative to promote this healthy aging concept across with a specific focus on Asian countries, it is very interesting. And so I was very happily joined hands with Professor Dhananjay and Dr. Shashanka, because in our School of Medical Sciences, specifically myself, we are working towards the healthy aging initiative since 2015. And we try to work on the preventive approaches in healthy aging when we have seen with the social and as well as the healthcare dynamics and also advances in the healthcare as well as the scientific excellence. So the nations are experiencing increase, people are living longer, longevity is seen across various nations, and population aging has become a global trend. So having seen this phenomenon, it is of course a celebration for the nations, but it also comes along with several challenges. The challenge is driven by the physiological perspectives of aging and also the social dynamics and economic social role changes, and that psychological changes that makes the aging population not just in the process of aging is a life course perspective. We can see these changes affecting the people even from the middle adulthood itself. So midlife also is very challenging. So in our school, we have started working for this healthy aging initiative starting from midlife itself. And almost 4 to 5 of my research scholars currently engaged in this healthy aging initiative itself. And we are working on various scientific perspectives of bringing the lifestyle interventions and healthy aging, covering the urban and rural population. That is, we are working in the community based and primary data, and also bringing the healthy aging awareness in the rural population as well as urban population. So having this healthy aging, this second international conference of this current year, this is also very interesting. We have several faculty, researchers, and also research scholars. They have been very interested, submitted various abstracts and the papers. What they are going to present is bringing also several scientific perspectives, starting from directly healthy aging as well as indirectly about the morbidity patterns as well as the social dynamics, and also the effects of these morbidities and chronic diseases, how it is affecting, and also novel approaches of AI driven approaches to the healthy aging. It is very interesting. And thank you that I'm part of this program. And also I appreciate Professor Dhananjay and Dr. Shashanka taking this Longevity Asia initiative since last year, this international conferences. And now I would like to tell that in this first sessions, we have 6 presenters, and each presenter have 10 minutes for presentation, and they are bringing forward various scientific perspectives, and it is very interesting. I hope audience and everyone will take with them various novel knowledge bases, as well as how to take this knowledge into action into the society, so that we can connect the science with the society, where especially in Indian perspective, to bring the gap, to carry this science towards the scientific welfare and benefit. So the first speaker here is Madhurima Sharma. She will be speaking about navigating complex vulnerabilities, physiological and psychological interplay, especially in the fall susceptibility. This is also very important area because fall risk is a growing challenge in the older population. And 10 minutes to each presenter. Over to Madhurima Sharma.
Hello. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your introduction. So I'd like to start my presentation. I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Please make it a slideshow if you can.
Yeah.
And
yes.
You have 10 minutes for presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting I am Madhurima Sharma. I'm a research scholar in International Institute for Population Sciences. So today I'll be presenting my research paper entitled Who Falls and Why? Navigating the Physiological and Psychological Contributors in Fall Outcomes among the self-perceived unhealthy middle-aged and older adults in India. So this work was conducted under the supervision of Professor Aparajita Chattopadhyay. He is my supervisor. So now, the slide is not changing. Yeah. Now, move towards the background of the study. So fall represents a critical global health challenge as told by man. So they are the leading cause of mortality and serious injury among elderly. Globally, between 20 to 33% of older adults fall every year. And in 2017, there is a study shows fall were responsible for over 9,65,000 deaths worldwide, with the highest mortality rates concentrated in South and Southeastern Asia. And as we know, as the population ages, biological changes like musculoskeletal loss, frailty, and limited healthcare access, specifically in lower and middle income countries like India, fall prevention became a major public health priority. So, we have specifically focused on individuals with poor self-rated health. Because self-rated health is a subjective multidimensional assessment that integrates the biological, mental, social, and functional aspects of a person's health. So in this study, we classified the individuals as having poor self-rated health if they reported their health as a poor or very poor on the 5 Likert scale. So what is the research gap in the study? So what is the research gap here? So despite growing literature on falls, very limited evidences exist for India that specifically examines the physical and psychological determinants among those who already perceived themselves as unhealthy. So moreover, more studies focus on single falls, whereas multiple falls and fall-related injuries reflect a cumulative burden of physiological and mental decline. So this study attempts to fill this gap. So what are the study objectives we found here? We have focused on this study. First one is to identify the physiological and psychological factors associated with 3 fall outcomes. Second one is to estimate the state level burden of falls. And third, to examine these associations using multivariate models while controlling for the other covariates. For the study, we have used the first data from first wave of longitudinal aging study in India conducted in 2017-18. And LASI is the largest nationally representative aging survey covering all 35 states and union territories. And in this survey, multi-stage certified area probability cluster sampling method has been used to select the sample. So this is now we will discuss about how we reached the final analytical sample for our study. We begin with LASI Y1, which include 73,396 adults ages 45 years and above. From there, we have excluded those who didn't have complete information about anthropometric measurements. And after that, we have specifically focused on individuals reporting poor celebrated health, and therefore excluded those with good celebrated health, reducing the sample to 10,326. Now, these are my three outcome variables. First one is incidental fall, refers to whether the respondents reported any fall in the last 2 years. Second one is the multiple falls, which captures recurrent falls events like more than one time in the same reference year. And third one is the fall-related injury, represents the most severe outcome, and because this includes the falls that resulted in injuries serious enough to require a medical attention or treatment. So we have included a comprehensive set of contributory variables here. First, in physiological factors include chronic pain, mobility impairment, visual and hearing impairment, and limitation in ADL and IDL. In psychological factors included depressive symptoms, which measured using CESD scale, Center for Epidemiologic Studies Depression Scale, and cognitive impairment assessed using harmonized cognitive assessment protocol. And we have classified them as impaired, impairment defined as score below 10 percentile of the score, which ranges from 0 to 43. And this is the analytical approach. We begin with the descriptive and bivariate analysis to examine the prevalence and associations. Subsequently, multivariate regression models were used to estimate adjusted odds ratios for the selected physiological and psychological contributors by controlling for other covariates. Now move towards the sample profile of our study. In our targeted sample, 10,326 individuals with poor celebrated health and 58% were female. 74.3% resided in rural areas. Over half had no formal education or schooling. Alarmingly, around 57% suffered from chronic pain and around 86% reported mobility impairments. And in case of looking at prevalence, we can see that females had a higher rate of any fall at 16% compared to 14% for males. In case of multiple falls, also female possesses a higher rate or higher risk. And marital status, we can see here that also played a important role here. With those not in a union reported higher rates of any fall and multiple falls. Rural residents also showed higher fall prevalence compared to urban residents. Individuals living alone are most vulnerable group here because they are exhibiting the highest prevalence in case of single fall and multiple falls compared to any other living arrangements. Fall-related injuries reported higher among those who live with others. Now we'll see this slide shows the difference between the age group. I mean middle-aged adults 45 to 59 years and 60 years and above. The difference between the age groups. So across almost all physiological and psychological factors, we observe a consistently higher prevalence of falls, multiple falls, and fall-related injuries among older adults, those who are aged 60 or more. The age gradient is particularly pronounced for conditions such as hearing impairment, ADL and IDL difficulties, chronic pain, and cognitive impairment, where not only single falls but also recurrent falls and injuries increase sharply after age 60. And this pattern suggests that with advancing age, fall shifts from being isolated events to outcomes of an accumulated functional decline and reduced resilience among them. So now, this slide shows the geographical clustering of all the fall outcomes among older adults with poor celebrated health. Here, we can see that the maps in the right side, the map shows that that is not uniformly distributed, the poor celebrated health, single falls, multiple falls. Instead, they are concentrated in central and eastern region of India, like sectors like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and West Bengal consistently appeared as a high burden regions. But after that, we have created a composite map by overlaying all the three fall outcomes: single fall, multiple fall, and fall related injuries. And this map shows that the risks overlap simultaneously. Larger parts of central and southern Bharat displays two or more, even three fall outcomes together, indicating the zones of heightened vulnerability. So now the slide communicates that trying to communicate that the fall risk in India is geographically patterned. So with specific clusters that require targeted regional specific prevention rather than a uniform national approach. So this slide shows the bivariate analysis. For single fall, chronic pain is the dominant factor, increasing the risk by about 1.6 times. For multiple fall, we can see chronic pain again raises the risk by 1.5 times, followed by hearing impairment. And for fall-related injuries, the risk profile shifts towards severity, cognitive impairment, ADL, limitation, and depressive symptoms significantly increase injury risk. Overall, pain and sensory deficits drive fall occurrences, and functional and psychological impairment shape the fall severity among older persons. Now, this is a age-stratified risk for all for both age groups. We can see here in older adults, the pattern shifts toward the mobility impairment, ADL, IADL, limited dependence, and cognitive impairment. You can see which shows stronger association, particularly for multiple falls and fall-related injuries. Now we will move to the discussion of the study. So now in discussion section, I would like to summarize the main physiological and psychological drivers of fall risk. As we know, as we found in the from the results that chronic pain is the strongest physiological factors as it disrupts balance and motor control, while sensory impairments limit the ability to detect the environmental hazards. Like on the psychological side, we can see that the cognitive impairment increases both fall likelihood and injury severity for injury severity because due to poor protective responses, and depression also adds to physical vulnerability through frailty and fatigue. Now, here I have highlighted the broader dynamics and underlying fall risk among adults with poor cell-blooded health. First, we observed a clear cascade effect where poor cell-blooded health reflects multimorbidity. Chronic pain leads to reduced mobility, which in turn there came from musculoskeletal loss, muscle weakness, and weaknesses, and substantially increases the risk of falls. And then second, there is a shifting risk profile across age group. As I told earlier, in older adults, the risk intensifies due to mobility loss and cognitive decline. Third, we found a geographic disparity with central states such as Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and eastern India, particularly Orissa, showing the overlapping of high risks. Finally, women also shape 36% higher odds of falling, likely due to osteoporosis and as the longer life expectancy women have, and the domestic labor exposures that can be one of the reasons. And while urban residences appear protective, probably reflecting the better infrastructure and healthcare access. Now, these are the strengths and limitations of our study. As it is a cross-sectional design, we can't draw any causality based on the results. And these are the self-reported data. There might be a recall bias, and 2-year recall period may cause underreporting. And in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying that fall among older adults with poor SRH are not random events. They are outcome of interacting of such physiological and psychological risks we discussed. Our findings show that screening must be integrated. Assessing balance alone is not enough. Depression and cognitive impairment must be routinely included in the fall risk assessment. Second, chronic pain management should be included because it is a way it come out as a trigger, modifiable trigger as we see in the results. And addressing pain clearly can interrupt the cascade from immobility to weakness and recurrent falls. Finally, I would like to say prevention must be
Yes,
age sensitive. Yes, ma'am.
Madhurima, please please conclude. You have
Okay, ma'am. Okay,
the
sure.
timeline.
Oh, these are my references of this study. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we call up the next presenter, anyone, can we take up a single question?
I'm stopping the sharing.
Yes, please stop sharing.
Okay.
Ma'am, can
Anybody
we have
has?
the questions at the end? Just
Okay.
2-3 questions at the end.
Okay, Madhurima, then you can be available. You can leave the meet. And okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Madhurima.
Thank
Okay, next presenter we will call upon Yuganti Subhasinghe. So she is going to speak about the comparative analysis of healthy aging. And over to you, Yuganti. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Shall I share my slides, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. You have 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes, 10 minutes. You can share the screen.
Okay. I'm having a problem sharing.
There is a share button on the bottom. If you look into the Zoom, on the bottom, there is audio, video, and there is a green button share. Share your screen.
Yes, I can see that, but
When you press that, a pop-up will show up. When you press share button, a pop-up will show up.
yeah.
Got it?
Yeah.
There you
Can
go.
you see my slides now?
Yes.
Yes. Please
Okay.
make it a slideshow. Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. I'm Yuganti Subhasinghe, a PhD candidate at the Western Sydney University, Australia. I'll be presenting my research titled A Comparative Analysis of Healthy Aging, Applying the Australian Healthy Aging Score Framework to Sri Lanka. Before I begin, please excuse my voice. I'm not feeling well today, so it may be not much clear. And this is the outline of my presentation. Let me start with the background. According to the WHO, healthy aging is the process of developing and maintaining functional ability to support well-being in later life. It encompasses functional abilities, intrinsic capacity, supportive environment, and overall well-being, including happiness, security, and fulfillment. Positive reactions among these factors throughout the life course enhance health and contribute to a better quality of life in old age. Healthy aging shaped by multiple interconnected factors, making a composite index more appropriate than a single measure. There is no universally accepted standard for assessing healthy aging, as researchers use diverse indicators across the disciplines and regions. The main objective of this study is to develop a healthy aging score for the aging population in Sri Lanka using the healthy aging score framework developed in Australia as a guiding model, as no standardized tool exists to measure healthy aging in the Sri Lankan context. Let's move on to the methodology. Australia employed a broadly comparable methodological framework to calculate the healthy aging score. Australia's healthy aging score is derived from data provided by the Sachs Institute. Sri Lanka's healthy aging score is based on the data obtained from the Institute of Health Policy, developed in collaboration with international organizations. The Australian analysis uses data from 2009 with the largest sample. Sri Lanka's analysis conducted using 2019 data has a smaller size sample. The targeted population differ across context. Australia includes individuals aged 45 years and above residing in New South Wales. Sri Lanka focuses on aging population who is aged 60 and above. Both countries utilize longitudinal data. Methods such as item test correlation, item total correlation factor analysis, and Scrifford examination are used to refine indicators and confirm dimensional structure. Overall, the CFA results indicates that the healthy aging score demonstrate an acceptable to good model fit in both Australia and Sri Lanka. I'm sorry, the slides does not include the domains of all the domains of healthy aging score. Apologies for the mistake. In order to make a comparative analysis on healthy aging score between Sri Lanka and Australia, first step was to identify domains includes in the healthy aging score calculation in Australia. Then found out the suitable scores and represent each domain included in the healthy aging score of Australia. Australia used the domains of physical health, cognitive function, mental health, quality of life, balance and falls, social connections, and overall health to calculate healthy aging score. Then Sri Lanka also used most of the same domains as Australia. However, due to data availability, the domains of quality of life, balance and falls, and overall health included in the Australian dataset were replaced with well-being, activity, and self-reported health, respectively, in the Sri Lankan dataset. After selecting relevant domains for Sri Lanka that corresponds to those used in the Australian healthy aging score, the mean score for each domain was...
Yuganti, your slides are not moving. It is in the same methodology.
Okay, yes. After selecting relevance domains for Sri Lanka that corresponds to those used in the Australian healthy aging score, the mean score for each domain was calculated. The final healthy aging score was obtained by summing mean values of all included domains. The healthy aging score ranges from 0 to 16 with higher scores including a better health profile. Let's move on to the results and discussion. The findings of the study reveals that a notable differences between healthy aging score in Australia and Sri Lanka across several domains as well as the total healthy aging score. Australia exhibits higher average scores in most of health-related dimensions, reflecting a more favorable aging profile. For instance, Australians aged 45 and above show stronger outcomes in mental health, cognitive function, quality of life, and balance and falls prevention. However, Australia's healthy aging score, total score standards at 12 compared to 9.18 for Sri Lanka, indicating a generally more robust healthy aging profile. However, this may be mainly due to Australia have not only considered the aging population, and the sample include population over 45 years and on. There is a clear gap in well-being and overall aging scores between Australia and Sri Lanka because all the adults in Sri Lanka report lower well-being due to limited social protection, weaker pension coverage, higher healthcare cost, and fewer age-friendly services. In contrast, Australia's strong healthcare systems, financial security measures, and supportive environments promote better well-being. These structural differences largely explain the observed disparity between two countries. The study concludes Australia's total healthy aging score is 12 and compared to 9.18 for Sri Lanka, indicating a generally more robust healthy aging profile in Australia. However, this difference may be largely influenced by the inclusion of adults aged 45 years and above in the Australian sample, rather than focusing only on the older population aged 65 and above. It is therefore important to consider broader context despite resource constraints and demographic differences. Sri Lanka's moderate healthy aging score reflects notable resilience. Although lower than Australia's score, Sri Lanka's healthy aging score indicates a moderately positive healthy aging profile, particularly when viewed in the light of existing economic and infrastructural disparities. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ganti. Finishing on time. So you can stop sharing the screen and be available at the end of the chair. Maybe you can take up a few questions if there are any. You can just, yeah. So next presenter is Paulomi Sakar, and she is going to present on association between hysterectomy and diabetes in postmenopausal women. Over to Paulomi Sakar. You can just sure, yes. Paulomi Sakar.
Yes, am I audible?
Over to you. You are audible. Please share the screen and you can start presentation. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Please go ahead and start presentation.
Yes. First of all, good morning to professors. I'm Shakar, and today I am presenting about the association between hysterectomy and diabetes among the postmenopausal older women in India. So, coming to the introduction part, as we all know that hysterectomies are widely used to treat gynecological conditions such as fibroids, prolapse, and endometriosis, and also for abdominal.
Please others also make sure your voice is resounding. Maybe any other digital appliances closer by, keep them away. So your voice is, there is a resound. Yeah, continue.
How is it feeling?
Okay, continue. Please continue.
So, hysterectomy is widely used for abdominal pain in all these conditions. While it is improving some symptoms like quality of life and reduce the overbreathing, but there are lots of evidences that it is emerging the long-term health risk. Even it really leads to surgical menopause. It may leading to premature estrogen decline, which is the main key driver for metabolic disturbances, which simply increases the hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes. Many studies have found that. And as all of we know, the type 2 diabetes is a major global health challenges in India. So it carries almost 101 million diabetes and pre-diabetic patients. So there are large cohort studies conducted by Taiwan, US, China, which has found that after hysterectomy, the risk of having diabetes are increases. Then what is the need for the study? That there are prior studies which have already found that after hysterectomy, the type 2 diabetes is increasing. But this is heavily rely on the self-reported diabetes. And these studies are mainly focuses on the reproductive age group or the premenopausal age group. But the research was lies between, like there is almost no studies in India which is focusing on the postmenopausal older women. So even no study also about postmenopausal. So this my purpose is about examining what are the real association between hysterectomy and diabetes using this nationally representative data. And I have used glycated hemoglobin as a measurement of the diabetes. Then this is my research question: that what is the association of with the increased risk of diabetes among the postmenopausal older women of India? And this is my objective to examine the association of hysterectomy and diabetes among the postmenopausal older women of India. Then coming to the methods, I have taken LASI wave 1 data set. I particularly exclude the men from the data set and missing data for diabetes and hysterectomy cases. And women, those who are above 49 years old, I only taken them. And the final sample size is 26,526. And here the outcome variable I have used, this is a composite measure, which I made using glycated hemoglobin and self-reported diagnostic diabetes. Then exposure, coming to the exposure variable, I have taken hysterectomy, which is self-reported, and statistical analysis like descriptive analysis, bivariate, logistic regression, then entropy weighted logistic regression and propensity score matching was used for the study. And coming to the results, this is the background characteristics of the study population. So most of the population belongs from the 49 to 59 age group and coming from rural area, having no education and majorly are currently married. And majorly comes from the Hindu religion and they are belongs from OBC caste usually. Then coming to the wealth quintile, most probably most are all everyone is almost equal, but poorer has the slightly higher percentage. Then they have most active physical activity, and they have their BMI is normal and having mostly no diabetes history. Then this is the prevalence of hysterectomy along the treatment and the control group. And what I have found that among the all socioeconomic groups, the diabetes prevalence is high among those who have moved into hysterectomy. Even if we see the age category, it is highest in the age group of 60 to 69 years. And this is the prevalence ratio for diabetes, those who are with the hysterectomy and without hysterectomy. What we have found, particularly the states like Karnataka, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh have the higher prevalence of diabetes, having diabetes after having a hysterectomy. Then this is a covariate balance plot. Actually, I have used entropy balancing for the study. So basically, this is a Weightman technique. So what we can see that before weightening, all the covariates have the standardized mean differences of the all covariates is scattered between 0 to 0.3. But which will simply lead to a biased result. So if we use this covariate for analysis. So after weightening, what we have seen, all the covariates are ranging only in 0. So what we can say that bias is particularly reduced. Now it is usable for the further study. So I have used this weightening method for the logistic regression, and what I have found, like those who have particularly have a hysterectomy have higher prevalence of having diabetes, and also this table is this logistic regression table is showing that 19% of higher odds of diabetes among those who have undergone through a hysterectomy. This is my entropy-weighted logistic regression results. Coming to the logistic model, here I have used 3 logistic models. One is unadjusted and 2 are adjusted. So in unadjusted model, what I have found, like 56% higher odds of having diabetes among those who have undergone through a hysterectomy, and also after adjusted for the socioeconomic variable, still the results are showing there are 27% higher odds of having diabetes among those who have undergone through a hysterectomy. Then the final model is showing an interesting result because in this model I have used the BMI. So BMI maybe plays as the role of confounder, but still the results are showing there is 19% higher odds of diabetes among those who have gone through a hysterectomy. Then for our robustness statement, I also have used the propensity score matching, and these are showing like women, those who have the hysterectomy had it before match. This is showing that before matching, the woman who had a hysterectomy had 8.4 percentage point higher prevalence of diabetes compared to those who had not a hysterectomy. Then after matching, the ATT treatment effect untreated is showing that the woman who underwent through a hysterectomy has the 4.4 percentage point higher probability of diabetes similar to the woman without hysterectomy. Even the mixed result is showing like those who are untreated, if they are going for a hysterectomy, they have a chance that they will 3.4 percentage point higher there is a chance that they will have hysterectomy 3.4 percentage point. And it is showing the overall results that the hysterectomy is associated with diabetes with a 3.5 percentage point of points. Then coming to the discussion and conclusion, in the discussion part, we can easily say that the hysterectomy is associated with a high risk of diabetes and consistent across the models. Then these results are aligned with several studies which I have mentioned here. And even after adjustment the BMI, the effect is reduced, but it is not eliminated, which is saying that hysterectomy BMI is partial mediator. Still, next coming to the next point, the possible biological pathways like hysterectomy may reduce the overall blood flow, but it result in decline in estrogen, which impair to insulin sensitivity and higher visceral adaptability. Then, what I have found next, that the hysterectomy prevalence remains high in the infectious round, infectious 5 round, which is 9.7% among the women who age 40 to 49. That's why there is a very high need of metabolic screening and counseling for the women who undergoing through a hysterectomy. And there are some strengths and limitations for the study. First of all, the strength is I have used a nationally representative sample study, and the objective we used a measured diabetic measurement. Like I have used the glycated hemoglobin, and I also used a robust method like entropy balancing and PCR. And the limitation is it is a cross-sectional study, and there is a lack of data on the age at hysterectomy. So these are my references.
Okay, thank you, Paulomi. It is a nice presentation. You could finish timely, and you can stop sharing, but be available to take up any questions from the audience after the session.
Yes.
You can stop sharing. Thank you. Next presentation is by Tribeni Sonowal, who is going to present her work and bring forward about the regional insight from LASI. So over to you, Tribeni. Are you available?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
You are audible. So your presentation, you can share the screen. We cannot see you. You can share the screen for your presentation.
And is it visible now?
Yes, it is coming. Can you make it a slide? Yes. Please go ahead. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. You can start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tribeni Sonowal. I'm a research scholar in the IIPS. Today, I'm going to present on obesity and spousal concordance in India, shared risks and regional insight from LASI with my co-author Manish Sheswani. So, if we see in a global bargain of disease, how there are, as I was going through lots of reports and in a LinkedIn, so I used to get various points on the obesity. So coming up with this thought, I found I got interest to explore in obesity. So when I saw the research papers, so there I found that in the global burden of disease due to obesity, 160 million years of a healthy life is globally lost, and it is ranked as a top 5 risk factor of non-communicable disease. 43% of global adults are overweight and 16% are obese. And if we there are some studies which has compared Asian and the American population, and it is seen that in region specific analysis that the Asian population has the highest high prevalence of obesity than the Americans. Also, we found in the NFHS studies and study on global aging and adult health focus that the obesity obese population in the age group 15 to 49 will increase by for 27 will increase by 27.4 by 2040. So from the literature review, as we are, our target population is couples here. So we are seeing that the burden of obesity is not like this is a problem which is the lifestyle, like living together, the how the food we eat, the diet, the thing, the shared experience, the shared environment that affects each other. So evidence has already suggested that marriage affects two individual physical, mental, emotional well-being, and in every day-to-day life activity. Studies also reveal that the likelihood of having obesity is higher among couples and increased by 37% for one spouse if the other partner is or that or if the other partner also has obesity. So our objective of this study is to explore the concordance and the likelihood of the obesity among spouse and investigate the factors affecting it. So data is lastly, and we had 19,660 couples where both spouse information had given in the anthropometry, like weight and height were present. We have seen association to chi-square test and odds ratio to estimate the within couple concordance for obesity while adjusting the other characteristics. So this is a table which I will be explaining in very short. So in a major key findings, we can say that the prevalence of obesity among both the spouse is 1.2, which while one spouse in both the couple, one spouse has 11.9%, like one spouse had that like the obesity, and the odds of the other spouse having obesity when the other spouse already had the obesity is 1.47. The odds addition the odds of obesity 2.25 when both of them hypertension and 1.65 when both were pre hypertension state. So like it can be the disease or like the living together and having the same lifestyle also affect their health behavior and that indirectly leads to the obesity. Also, the odds were also higher when both were younger, had morbidity, and living in urban areas. While non-significant for the life satisfaction, yes, obviously it would be. And in urban areas, mostly because of the work style, most of the couples that have to go through lots of stress or like they have to balance their life. So having higher obesity is obviously one of the factor, and the life satisfaction is also low. So this clearly indicates that obesity influence spousal concordance by shared environment, lifestyle, and socioeconomic status, significantly highlighting India's couples' obesity pattern and health status. So we can see that there is a positive association is evident when one spouse adopts a healthy behavior influencing other behavior. So in the concordance theory, it is found that a social control theory where one spouse has full control of the other spouse health behavior or any other activity. So it is primarily for the good, in a good aspect, like eating healthy foods or going to gyms or taking good healthy activities like yoga. So one spouse influence to other life is very it can be seen very clearly. And studies have also revealed the adoption of exercise and diet modification of one spouse influence other spouse, and that builds a social environment developing healthy behavior in a couple. Couples in urban areas are more particularly at risk due to combined influence of occupational stress and lifestyle imbalance, ultimately leading to obesity. So India is a dual burden country, for the children, it's like undernutrition and like stunting and all. But for the age, like aging population, the overweight is getting some undernutrition as well as overweight at the same time. So therefore, this study provides an opportunity to develop a target, region-specific and sustainable, inclusive, and simply meeting the basic needs of older adults, like adult couples' health mitigation in obesity. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Tribeni. You have also finished on time. I think your presentation did not give opportunity for the audience to look at your results slide. Can you just show the results slide to the audience? You have just rushed through the results slide.
Reference slide.
Results slide. You have not given opportunity to the audience to look at it, though you have taken your results through the takeaway.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Results slide. Not references. Results slide. You have just rushed through the results slide and you have just spent time on the takeaway to discuss your results. Okay, fine. Thank you. You have finished on time. You can stop sharing, but be available by the end of the session. Any audience's questions you can answer.
Okay,
Thank you, Tribeni. You can stop sharing the screen. Okay, next presenter is Nandlal Mishra, who is going to take the perspectives of chronic diseases and labor force participation in the older adults in India. So over to Nandlal.
Yes, hello ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, your slides are also
and
coming
my screen
through. Yes, it is visible, and please, you have 10 minutes time. You can start presentation.
Sure, thank you for this opportunity, and thanks to Longevity Asia. My name is Nandal Mishra and I am a PhD fellow at International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai. And today I will be presenting my paper on chronic diseases and labor force participation among older adults in India, evidences from the National Sample Survey 75th round conducted in the year 2015-16. So during 1990 and 2020, India's elderly share have risen from 6% to 10%. Fertility has declined below replacement level, and workforce share has gone to its peak. Non-communicable diseases now account for nearly 2/3 of total age standardized daily burden in India, according to GBD 2021. The average age at onset of chronic diseases has declined, pointing to a potential expansion of unhealthy years. And by 2030s, India's working age population will start shrinking quantitatively due to aging and qualitatively due to rising chronic disease burden. So I'm skipping review of literature due to time constraints. My objective is to examine the association between chronic illness and labor force participation among older adults in India. So for that, we have used unit level data from National Sample Survey 75th round 2017-18. It was conducted and focusing on 73,247 individuals of age 50 to 64, here termed as older adults of working age population. Labor force participation was defined as a binary variable based on the principal activity status coded as 1 if working or seeking work and 0 otherwise. Chronic illness exposure was based on self-reported conditions where individuals had been suffering from a chronic disease of more than 15 days prior to the survey. Chronic conditions were categorized into 8 categories and then 4 categories: cardiovascular diseases, diabetes. Third category was other major chronic diseases, clubbing the respiratory diseases, neurological and mental disorder, and musculoskeletal conditions. And fourth category was other minor chronic diseases. We controlled for a range of individual and household level variables, including geography, education, caste.
Excuse me. Sorry, Nandalal, are
Yes,
your
yes.
slides moving? Are you moving the slides? We are just stuck at the
Data method is not
methods.
showing you?
That
Yes,
is only
I'm
showing.
on the same slide.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I am on the same slide.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I have also adjusted for marital status, wealth status, household work potential, and insurance coverage. To account for endogeneity and comorbidities among chronic diseases, there are simultaneous equations. That's why we have applied multivariate probability regression model with 5 jointly estimated equations, which are shown below in terms of mathematical equations. And the MVP model captures both observed and unobserved influences on labor force participation while treating chronic disease as endogenous and interrelated variable, dependent variable. Coming to the results from the analysis, multivariate probability regression predicted labor force participation. I am showing in terms of treatment effect as well as in terms of conditional probability. The major findings suggest that chronic disease significantly reduce male labor force participation, with the largest effects seen for major chronic conditions that includes musculoskeletal diseases and mental health and neurological health, etc. And followed by cardiovascular diseases, 13.4% decline. Women's labor force participation is less sensitive to chronic disease status, likely due to already low female labor force participation rate in India in last two decades. The impact of chronic conditions varies by disease types, with diabetes and other chronic diseases showing moderate effect followed by cardiovascular disease, etc. Then coming to the adjusted results of and marginal effects of multivariate probability regression model, results suggest that chronic disease significantly reduced labor force participation among older adults after adjusting for all major socioeconomic characteristics. If individuals reside in urban areas, belong to disadvantaged caste group, or are wealthier, they are less likely to participate in the labor force, with these effects being more prominent for women. Marital status and education exerts contrasting influences across gender. Married men are across gender, as married men are more likely to work while married women are less likely to work, and higher education increases the likelihood of participation of both the genders in among the older adults in India. So discussion and conclusion suggest that negative association between chronic illness and labor force participation in India is consistent with both international and Indian empirical evidences. The particularly strong effect of cardiovascular and major chronic diseases support earlier Indian studies linking disease severity to premature labor market exit among Indians. The presence of substantial comorbidity confirms prior findings that joint modeling is essential to avoid understanding health-related labor supply effects. That's why I have applied multivariate probability regression. The weaker marginal effects among women reflect structurally low female labor force participation in India, as widely documented in economic literature. So on the basis of these findings, I would like to recommend that strengthening prevention and early management of chronic disease can help retain older adults in the labor force participation and reduce productivity losses in order to maintain India's high GDP growth rate. Workplace health interventions and flexible employment arrangements are needed to support individuals with chronic conditions, especially men in late working ages. And finally, expanding access to affordable healthcare and healthcare insurance coverage may mitigate health-related labor market exits among older adults of India. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandalal. You have finished also before the time. As you are finished before the time, you have 2 more minutes. May I ask an observation? Your title said
Yes.
it is older adults, but your age group is 50 to 64. How do you see 50 to 64? Do you think they are older adults?
Usually, according to Lassie and other literatures, older adults are considered 45 plus. But due to my prior analysis coming to this objective of my PhD thesis, I have also analyzed for 15 to 50 age group, there the condition, chronic condition was less likely to impact the labor force participation rate. That's why I have restricted my analysis to this age group.
Okay, thank you. You can stop sharing, but be available at the end of the session. Maybe you can answer any audience questions if they are directed towards you. Okay?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, please stop sharing. So before the tea break, we have a last presenter is Saimel Masood, who is going to present on reactive oxygen species as a precursor to carcinogenesis. So please share your screen, Masood. Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, it is visible. You can start presentation. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
All right. Good morning. My name is Simil Masood, and my work was conducted with my fellows Zainab Hanshra and Nurul and Amir under the supervision of Dr. Adnan Arshad at Former Christian College University in Pakistan. So today I'll be presenting our study on how oxidative stress and aging interact in PCOS to potentially increase PCOS risk and cancer risk, focusing specifically on age-dependent dysregulation of PTEN and NFE2. These are the two genes critical for tumor suppression and redox balance in cells. So going ahead. Yeah. So let's talk about the background. So PCOS is one of the most common endocrine disorders worldwide, affecting over 15 to 20% of women. But in Pakistan, the prevalence is alarmingly high, over 50% in some studies. This means that women in Pakistan are more prone to PCOS than other populations. So clinically, PCOS means that it presents with hyperandrogenism, menstrual irregularities, infertility, and biochemically we see disrupted LH and FSH ratios and elevated androgens. So we also have to realize that PCOS is not static. It begins as a reproductive disorder in younger women and it progresses with age into metabolic, cardiovascular, and possibly oncogenic complications. And we see that chronic oxidative stress is an underlying and unifying mechanism linking these outcomes together. This is why we chose this topic. So, our research aimed to investigate the expression of 4 biologically relevant genes. We had PTEN, which is a tumor suppressor gene. We had NFE2, which is an oxidative stress, that is an oxidative stress response gene. We had CYP17A1, which is an ESR1. Both of them are implicated in hormonal balance and steroidogenesis and estrogen signaling. So what we did was we compared the expression across healthy controls and PCOS patients. So we had healthy controls, PCOS patients, cancer patients. And then what we did was that we examined the age correlations and explored the enriched biological pathways. So our hypothesis was that age and condition-dependent suppression of these genes could link to malignancy risk and cancer risk in PCOS. So let me now talk about the methodology. So what we did was that we had a Pakistani female cohort aged 20 to 80 years, and that included all both PCOS patients, cancer patients, and healthy controls. So what we first did was we had a few hospitals that we went to collect these samples for these patients, for both PCOS and cancer patients. After that, we had, from a wet lab perspective, we extracted RNA from blood, synthesized cDNA, and quantified gene expression using many different lab techniques such as RT-qPCR, and then we saw the log2 fold changes and all of those things. So statistically, we used ANOVA, R, Turkey HSD, all of those things, and GEO and KEGG enrichment analysis to see how we can see this expression beyond this biological interpretation. Okay. So again, as you can see, the heat map shows the log2 transformed expression levels. Well, as you can see, what immediately stands out is the clear downregulation of PTEN and NFE2 in cancer, shown in blue, while PCOS and control samples retained higher expression. So they were And whereas the other genes like CYP17A1 and ESR1, in contrast, show relatively stable gene expressions throughout all groups, suggesting that although they are endocrine genes and they are correlated and implicated in hormonal imbalances, they are still not disrupted during in cancer patients. So, yeah, as you can see, now we have the violin plots. These violin plots, they quantify that this observation statistically also. As you can also see, both P10 and NFE2 are significantly down regulated in cancer, with minimal overlap with the controls. So this confirms our hypothesis that the loss of tumor suppressor activity and antioxidant defense, these both are implicated in the oxidative stress dysregulation, and that can lead to a malignant stage rather than PCOS alone. Okay. Now, we see the pairwise comparisons, and we also confirm this pattern in the Turkey HST results. So as you can see, the cancer versus PCOS and cancer versus control comparisons are significant for P10 and NFE2, whereas they're not in the PCOS versus control condition. So this suggests that although PCOS does not mimic cancer at a transcription level, it does represent it as an intermediate stage in between the level. The ANOVA and Turkey summary gives us the key statistics. P10 has the strongest significance, with cancer having markedly lower expression than both PCOS and controls. Again, this was according to our hypothesis. And what we also saw that NFE2 was also downregulated. It was a relatively weaker trend, but still it was downregulated. CYP17 and ESR1 remained non-significant, indicating that general hormonal dysregulation alone does not drive malignancy. Yeah. We also saw the gene concept networks linking our genes to enriched biological pathways. We saw that P10 and NFE2 are centrally involved in transcriptional regulation, antioxidant response, and cellular homeostasis, while CYP17A1 and ESR1 primarily connect to the steroid metabolism and hormonal balances. Okay. Okay. Now, we also see that this slide is especially critical because we see the effects of age also. As we go ahead, 1 second. Yeah. The P10 showed significant main effects of both age condition. So we saw that there is an age-dependent dysregulation for P10 in PCOS. Now, this suggests that the endocrine disruption may alter the trajectory of normal aging processes, potentially priming ovarian and reproductive tissues for oxidative damage. As individuals age, the compounded effect of PCOS-related hormonal imbalance and the diminished antioxidant capacity could contribute to a heightened vulnerability to carcinogenesis. So this trajectory may be especially critical for populations like Pakistan's, where the genetic and environmental factors may increase this risk. The subsequent cancer-specific downregulation of P10 and the downregulation of cellular oxidative responses such as an NFE2 likely represent a molecular shift from endocrine dysregulation to cancer progression. Yeah. So this is what we saw. This is one of the first studies done in Pakistan to integrate aging, oxidative response, and carcinogenesis in PCOS, and I would love to see more studies come out of it, of this extremely important topic in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Simil. It's a very interesting presentation. Did we miss your ethical considerations in your methodology? Have your study taken the ethical approval, and is there any clinical registration? I think we missed to see those details.
Yes. All IRBs and ARCs and everything were taken from the respective hospitals. All the due process was done, informed consent, anonymous.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. You have also finished on time. You can stop sharing and be available for the audience if they have any questions for you.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing. So now, as a conclusion, I would like to say that all the 6 presentations were very interesting. All of them have presented various perspectives or scientific work, what they are carrying out towards the healthy aging. Some may be directly physiological and psychological interplay of the false susceptibility, and also Australian healthy aging score, as well as morbidity and chronic disease conditions, how they are interconnected in the healthy aging process, and also reactive oxygen species towards the carcinogenesis. All these 6 presentations are very interesting. I think the audience will have the novel thoughts to take over this research into their own way of conducting the research. Now, as we are coming conclusion of before the TBAK presentations, Raghunath, shall we take up a couple of questions for any of the presenters? Or shall we have to move on?
Ma'am, I think we can take 5 minutes break and then we can come up for a session.
Okay. So are we taking any questions now, or we are closed?
No, ma'am, so far we haven't received any of the questions in the chat box.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
then.
from the panelists, if any panelists want to say anything, or they can ask questions directly.
So it's a
we will
yeah, go
we
ahead,
will
Divya.
have 5 minutes break for tea, and as we are running late, we'll be back exactly at 11:45 to
Thank you,
start the
Divya.
next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Divya, Dr. Shashanka, and Professor Dhananjay. I will catch you up later.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am, for joining, chairperson.
Thank you.
We hope we'll get in touch for the next couple of days.
Yeah, I will catch up to you whenever it is feasible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Divya, we have the next set of speakers lined up, right?
Yeah, I'm moving them to the as panelists.
Okay.
I'm just moving. They're ready. Sir, we will start
Oh, okay.
11:40.
All right. So let me just see who is the next speaker. Let me just see. Give me a minute. Tea break. Okay, Manusha Paudal, right? Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. As we get back from tea break, the next topic is decomposing gender gaps in cognitive difficulty among older adults in Nepal, the role of socioeconomic factors by Manusha Paudal. Manusha, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm
And
sharing
you
this
have
slide.
10 minutes, and please stick with your time.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. Now, I would like to thank, first of all, Longevity Asia for providing this opportunity. And then my name is Manusa Paudil. I am a PhD scholar of International Institute for Population Sciences. My study title is Decomposing Gender Gap in Cognitive Difficulty Among Older Adults in Nepal, the Role of Socio-Economic Factors. Let's move to the background session. Cognitive health is one of the key elements of successful aging and then in quality of life of older adults. And then it refers to difficulties in focusing, gender decision making, and learning new things, which affects the person's daily activities. So nowadays, cognitive impairment is a more serious and increasing issues with increasing the older adults, increasing the proportion of older adults globally. And then according to the World Health Organization, it has estimated that by the year 2030, a $2 trillion cost will go for the treatment of severe cognitive impairments. And likewise, Nepal is also experiencing the rapidly increasing older population. According to the census 2021 data, 10.2% people are aged 60 years and above. And then if we see the growth rate, older population growth rate is rapidly increasing. Annual population growth rate is more than 3%. And then according to the projected population, it is expected that to increase from 29.4 million in 2021 census to 33.5 million in 2051 census. It shows that we have to think it seriously. And then on the other hand, annual growth rate of population is less, below than 1%. Current annual population growth rate is 0.23%, and it is expected that 0.55% will increase by the year 2051. But our older adult population growth rate is rapidly increasing on the another side. With increasing life expectancy also, current the life expectancy is 70 years, and then the burden of age-related condition is increasing. Like cognitive impairment, Alzheimer's, and dementia are the significant health burden of aging population. A study on cognitive impairment in Nepal, it is a small scale study, although nationally representative study has not been done yet. It shows that more than half of the older adults were suffering from dementia, which were higher the prevalence was found in females than male. It shows that dementia, although cognitive decline is not all region of dementia, but it is the higher risk of dementia. Furthermore, in Nepal, with age and gender differences, there are also other factors like such as geographical differences, health system limitations, and certain social norms, which are contributing to the prevalence of cognitive health issues. Based on this importance, for this study, the major primary objective of this study is to estimate the gender differences in cognitive difficulty and to identify the factors contributing to this gap. This study also will help to identify the proportion of gender gap that is explained by measurable demographic and social factors, informing policies and application of the intervention based on scientific evidence. For this study, I have applied National Demographic and Health Survey 2022, Nepal Demographic and Health Survey, household level data
This is the first time they have incorporated that disability related session in Nepal Demographic Health Survey. And then data were based on 3,247 older adults aged 60 years and above. My major outcome variable is cognitive difficulty. And then regarding the statistical analysis, I have applied descriptive statistics, multivariate logistic regression, linear decomposition method. Let's go to the background major findings, background variable. If we see the distribution of respondents, we can see that majority of the respondents were aged 60 to 74 years. It has covered by almost 78%. And then sex, male, female, proportion of female is higher, more than 50% than males. If you see marital status, currently married shows the 66.55%. It means that more of the respondents were divorced, separated, and widows, which has covered more than 30%. And then if you see the educational level, almost 3/4 of the population, older adults, has covered by illiterate. They are illiterate, like 75.75%. And then rural almost distribution is almost similar, 50-50. If we see the wealth status, more than half of the older adults were in poor category. Probability is still 10%. High probability of food insecurity. And then number of household members, more than 5% household member is almost 50%. Let's move to the prevalence. If you see the figure of prevalence, it shows that prevalence of cognitive difficulty shows in higher amount in later age, like older adults. So those who are 75 years and above, it has more than 50% respondents were facing cognitive difficulties. And then widow and widower are mostly suffer from that cognitive difficulty. Male female variation is also high. And then that association, and almost all variables were associated with each others. And then based on this variation prevalence, I have run the logistic regression. And then forest plot shows that in first model, female had significantly higher odds in the unadjusted model, but after controlling other variables, socio-demographic characteristics, model second and third, shows that the association disappeared. It means that other factors, respect that gender, other socioeconomic factors are equally contributing in cognitive difficulty. And then let's see, widowed older adults consistently shows the higher odds relative to those currently married women. Likewise, education has lower odds of cognitive difficulties. And then based on this logistic regression, next I have run the fairy decomposition model. This decomposition model was used to partition the observed gender gap in cognitive difficulty into explained and unexplained component. In the first model, it shows that education contributed that 0.032 to the explained gender gap, accounting for approximately 45% of the observed disparities in cognitive difficulties. Likewise, marital status 46%, and education shows the contributing factors. It shows that marital status and education were the dominant factor explaining this gender gap. Likewise, age is also contributing almost 9.26%. And in model 2, this contribution remains substantial, like 38.8% in marital status, contributed by marital status, and 37.9% has contributed by education. And then age also contributed approximately 9% in both models. So that approximately 80, it shows that if you see the gap explained and unexplained factors, approximately 89.4% of the gender gap is explained by explained factors, and while 10.6% remain unexplained. Model second also shows the unexplained component is around 18%, indicating that most of the gender gap is driven by measurable socio-economic factors. Let's move to the discussion session. From our findings, it shows that women's higher prevalence of cognitive difficulty reflects the cumulative socioeconomic disadvantage across life course. Another point is education emerges as a major contributor, consistent with the evidence that cognitive reserve built through schooling protects in later life cognition by literatures. And likewise, marital status, particularly widowhood, substantially explain the gender gaps, which highlights the other literatures on the role of social support and emotional security also supported that findings. The household level vulnerabilities, including food insecurity, further widen the gender gaps. It also aligned with other studies which has linked with the nutritional stress and cognitive declines and many more. And let's move to the conclusion sections. From our findings, it showed that cognitive difficulty affects the substantial portion of older adults in Nepal, with women disproportionately disadvantages. Like gender disparities are largely explained by socioeconomic and household inequalities, particularly in education, marital status, and age as well. The decomposition analysis highlights the structural disadvantage rather than biological differences alone, drive cognitive health gaps. Policy efforts, it shows that policy efforts is therefore prioritizing addressing social determinants of cognitive aging through improved educational opportunities for women, enhance the support for widows, and household food security, which may reduce the later life cognitive inequality. And here are the, besides these findings, there are some limitations. Cognitive difficulty was self-reported. It has asked only one question, and then in Nepal Demographic Health Survey, it has asked, do you have any difficulty in remembering or concentrating in a scaling form, which may be subjected to reporting bias. Another is cross-sectional design limits the causal interpretation. Some important factors such as lifetime health history, social engagement, and mental health issues were not available at the demographic and health survey household level data, so that it is another limitation. But despite this limitation, the study provides the robust and nationally representative evidence on the gender disparities in cognitive health. Thank you so much, that's all.
Thank you, Manusha. Our next presentation is by Ram Naresh on religious engagement and cognitive function among older adults in India, evidence from Lassie Wave 1. Ram Naresh, please go ahead and share your screen, please.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
No. Press the share button on the bottom and a pop-up will come out. Select the screen. There is a share button on the bottom. Can you find it?
Yes, sir. Hopefully now able to see.
Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ram Naresh, and I am final year master students in survey research and data analytics at International Institute for Population Sciences, Mumbai. I will be presenting our study titled Religious Engagement and Cognitive Function Among Older Adults in India. This work was carried out with valuable contribution from Shubham Tiwari, Triveni Sonwal, and Abhishek Anand. I am grateful for their guidance and collaboration. Let me start with something we are familiar with. If we think of older adults in India, whether it is a grandmother reciting prayers every morning, an elderly man visiting the temple or mosque daily, or a senior gathering for satsang, religious engagement is deeply woven into everyday life. So the question arises is, does this everyday engagement actually help people get age cognitively better? And globally, aging is accelerating. With longer lives comes a growing concern about memory loss, attention decline, and cognitive impairment. Research tells us that 80% of the studies on religion and health focus on mental health, not physical health. In India, overall prevalence of cognitive impairment among the older population found to be substantially high with 13.7%, which means 1 in 7 older adults shows a sign of cognitive impairment. What interesting is religion is not only belief, It also means social interaction, emotional support, routine, and mental stimulation. These are the same protective factors that global research identifies for healthy cognitive aging. So we have designed the objective, estimate whether religious engagement is associated with better cognitive function, and more importantly, whether this relationship hold accountability for the social, economic, and health differences. Coming to the data sources, we have used LASI Wafer's nationally representative survey of adults aged 45 and above. LASI is similar to health and retirement study in US or else in UK, making our study comparable globally. Our sample size includes 68,393 older adults, capturing rural urban India, different caste, religion, and socioeconomic variables. So methodology, how we have started it. Religious engagement, first we have defined, does a person participate in religious or spiritual activities or not? This included the prayer, ritual, or religious gathering. If he does, he is religious, and he doesn't does, he is non-religious. In the same way, cognitive was defined with multiple lassities: memory, orientation, arithmetic, and attention. We combined the composite score from 0 to 43 and identified the lowest 10% as with the poor cognition. This research, this approach is widely used in aging research when clinical diagnosis are unavailable. Now the question was, why not just run a regression and complete it? But we did choose the PSM to counter the comparability. Religious and non-religious people are not comparable by default, because religious individuals may often differ in education, wealth, health, and lifestyle. So we use the propensity score, which create a similar situation to a natural experiment. We carefully checked balance plot, this love plot, and kernel density to ensure comparable was fair. Coming to the results, about 82% of the older adults in India reported religious engagement. Around 11% shows poor cognitive functioning. Before matching, religious and non-religious group were quite different. Differences were disappeared after matching. For 99.9% of the people remained comparable. Balance improved dramatically. So now we can say that we are not comparing the apples with the oranges. Coming to the main finding, among religious older adults, religious engagement is associated with around 3.5 better cognition. That is ATT, average treatment effect on the treated. Among non-religious older adults, if we were become religiously engaged, the potential gain is larger, about 6.5% ATO, which is average treatment effect on untreated. Overall, at the population level, the improvement is about 4%. This does not mean that non-religious people are better off now. It means that they have more room to gain. Just like exercise helps inactive people more than the active ones. After religious adjustment, religious engagement saw a modest but robust protective association in cognitive function among older adults in India. Thank you for listening. I am forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ram Naresh. And our next speaker is Shruti Anil Kumar Hemalata. The topic is, Anil Kumar, you can stop sharing. Thank you. The topic is correlates of chronic and cardiometabolic multimorbidity among middle-aged and older adults in India, evidence from SAGE India Wave 3 24. And Dr. Shruti, please go ahead.
Yes. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes.
And you have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. So I am Dr. Shruti Anil Kumar, and today I'll be presenting on the topic correlates of chronic and multimorbidity among middle-aged and older adults in India, evidence from SAGE India Wave 3. So the co-authors of my paper are Mr. Tridip and Dr. Rajiv Janardhanan, both from SRM, MCH and RC, SRM IST. So as we all know that multimorbidity is basically the presence of two or more chronic conditions, and with the rapid aging populations across the globe, this prevalence has been increasing over the years. We have to, while there are a lot of research, especially in the developed world as well as in India also about multimorbidity, we really need to understand what are the basic factors and risk factors or the emerging trends and patterns, especially in terms of multimorbidity. When we are talking about multimorbidity, there is a term that is quite interesting, that is a cardiometabolic multimorbidity, which is a subsection of chronic multimorbidity, where we are only looking at the presence of cardiometabolic diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and CVD, which is basically a major contributor to disability as well as premature mortality. So now when we look at the India's epidemiological transition and with the rising burdens of non-communicable diseases, we see that there is an increased prevalence of multimorbidity, which needs or warrants attention. So while there has been quite a lot of research on multimorbidity, especially in terms of chronic multimorbidity, we still can look at a lot more ways to how we can actually see whether there is anything that is more to be done in terms of understanding the patterns and the prevalence of multimorbidity. So while we looked at that, we looked at a lot of research and try to understand what the previous literature basically says. And when we looked at the research gaps, we see that while we've seen regional variations as well as there are socio-demographic factors that can contribute to multimorbidity, there's not much evidence on basically cardiometabolic clustering in specific. So this is why one of the reasons why we chose cardiometabolic multimorbidity as a part of the study. Functional limitations are also being increasingly recognized as important correlates, but still we can, it's still not as much represented in national analysis. Also in India, we do not have a lot of longitudinal studies. While we do have two major important studies, it's still not in the longitudinal way where we can actually, see the different trends in terms of how these diseases are progressing and what is the burden, the exact burden of such diseases. So that is the reason why the major objective of the study was to estimate the prevalence of chronic multimorbidity and cardiometabolic multimorbidity among both middle-aged as well as older adults in India. The second objective was to examine the socio-demographic as well as the behavior correlates associated with chronic multimorbidity and CMM among middle-aged as well as older adults in India. So for this purpose, we use the recent study that is the WHO SAGE, that is a study on adult aging, global aging and adult health, which is of India Wave 3 that came out in 2024. So we only took the sample of 45 years and above, that is around 7,032 adults among 6 states of India. So the outcome variables that we actually looked at was the chronic multimorbidity, that is the presence of 2 or more self-reported conditions, which looked at asthma, arthritis, lung disease, depression, cataracts, etc. And for chronic cardiometabolic multimorbidity, we looked at 2 or more presence of cardiometabolic diseases such as diabetes, stroke, hypertension, obesity, angina, etc. When we looked at for doing the analysis, we had a couple of covariates, that is the socioeconomic status, the socio-demographic factors, and the functional status, lifestyle as well as behavioral factors. In the socioeconomic status, we included the wealth index, the social network index, as well as the educational level, whereas in the socio-demographic factors, we looked at the age, sex, marital status, religion, caste, place of residence, and the state that they belong to. Functional status, we looked at the activities of daily living as well as the instrumental activities of daily living, whereas for lifestyle, we looked at alcohol consumption and tobacco usage, both smoking as well as smokeless tobacco. So we did do the preliminary descriptive statistics, and after which we tried to understand the correlates of both these morbidities by using multivariable logistic regression. So when we look at the bivariate analysis, we see that the chronic multimorbidity was 9% along across middle-aged and older adults, which was quite increasing as the age progresses, or there was a strong age gradient where we see that the middle-aged amongst is quite high, and it also gradually increase at the older ages. So while there was not much difference between men and women, but women still reported a slightly higher prevalence of chronic multimorbidity than men. Widowed individuals basically showed a higher prevalence as compared to married as well as the other adults. There was also a socioeconomic gradient wherein which we saw that chronic multimorbidity was quite higher as we go along the wealth status. If you are in the higher wealth quintiles, you have a higher proportion of high prevalence of having chronic multimorbidity. Also, alcohol consumption and functional limitations also and behavioral factors such as tobacco use also were strongly associated with higher chronic multimorbidity prevalence. So when we look at the regression results, we see that age gradient has a significant impact on multimorbidity, where we see that those belonging to the older ages, as well as for in the figure we can see that in the table we can see that those in the 60 to 79 age groups have a higher odds or 2 times more likely odds of having chronic multimorbidity as compared to the reference category, whereas even older adults in the 80 plus age groups have even more higher chances, around 5 times more likely to have chronic multimorbidity. So also place of residence has a marginally significant impact on multimorbidity, wherein those residing in urban areas have a higher likelihood as compared to those in the rural areas. Significantly, we can also see that wealth index as well as behavioral factors such as alcohol consumption too has a marginally significant impact on chronic multimorbidity, wherein while in the associations we see that most of the indicators that we actually selected do have significant association with the chronic multimorbidity patterns. But when we look at the regression results, we see that only some of the indicators do have a kind of a difference between, have as an impact basically on chronic multimorbidity. Further analysis might be required to basically see whether there's, some hidden patterns there. So then, so this is what we talked about chronic multimorbidity. So now coming on to cardiometabolic multimorbidity, we see that when we combined all the cardiometabolic diseases, the prevalence was around 14.6%. And this too, like that, the case in chronic multimorbidity increased steadily with age, with higher prevalence among those 80 years and above. Here, the CMM prevalence was also similar among men and women, which is substantially, marginally higher among women. Urban residents here also exhibited cardiometabolic multimorbidity occurrence as compared to their rural counterparts. There was a strong socioeconomic gradient, and also there was interstate differences. Like, for example, in the states such as Karnataka and West Bengal, there was a higher prevalence of CMM as compared to the other states that were included in the study. Individuals with limitations in ADL as well as IDL also showed nearly double the prevalence of cardiometabolic morbidity as compared to those without limitations. So here, when we look at the correlates of cardiometabolic multimorbidity, and when we actually plot it, and we just see that, so we see that age again here, that all the morbidities that we actually see is age is a significant important predictor for the different types of morbidity, especially now here looking at this plot, it's cardiometabolic morbidity. The higher the age, the likelihood of having cardiometabolic morbidity increases. So there is, apart from age, the other variables that have a significant correlation with, a significant impact on cardiometabolic multimorbidity is behavioral factors such as alcohol and tobacco, as well as ADL and IADL limitations. There's also an impact on the regional differences between cardiometabolic morbidities, wherein we see that different states have a higher likelihood of having cardiometabolic multimorbidity. So now coming on to the conclusions here, where we see that what we can really see here is that the likelihood of morbidity basically increases with advancing age, especially among Indian adults. It's very similar to the rest of the world as well. Compared to the middle-aged adults, older adults as in the 60 to 79, as well as those in the 80 plus age groups, have a higher likelihood of having multimorbidity patterns. So there is a definite need to pay attention to not just multimorbidity in terms of other diseases, but also a specific term like looking at the clusters of cardiometabolic multimorbidity. It actually warrants some attention, and this needs to be highlighted as aging and the aging as an important determinant of multimorbidity. So we, as an aging economy, aging country as of now, we need to have a lot of more importance in this area, and we need to give a lot of importance to this area and to so see that we can be better prepared for the future. So this sharp increase in risk among older age groups basically underscores a need for specific prevention, early detection, and integrated care strategies. So what I would like to say is that health systems in India must basically prioritize multimorbidity focused approaches, particularly for the growing older population. So while I'm talking about the conclusion, there are some limitations of the studies where basically we did not really combine both the morbidities together to see the overall pattern of that. Also, this is basically a self-reported measure of morbidity, where we are just asking a question whether they have the morbidity or not. So this can actually lead to some underpresentation of the results, underestimation of the results basically. So these could be the possible limitations, and I think the further thing that we can do is basically combine the morbidity and also see the latent clusters of why this morbidity is, is there any difference between the morbidity patterns among different clusters also. So I think that can be done further. So the future and the policy implications of the study is to basically strengthen the primary care models to address multimorbidity, specifically with the focus on aging populations, prioritize early screening and management of cardiometabolic risk factors, especially within the national NCD programs, develop age and function specific interventions targeting older adults, especially with the ADL and IADL limitations. So the future research could basically examine the longitudinal trajectories and causal pathways of multimorbidities using panel data. So that would be very interesting to see if we can actually see the differences over the years, whether there has been a shift in the correlates, or which correlate or which risk factor should be given more priority in terms of when we're looking at morbidity patterns. So that's I think that's what I'm trying to say with this research. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shruti. I have a quick question though. In one of the slides, you mentioned the data, longitudinal data is not available. I understand on the national level, but on the state level, aren't there any data sets? Because if I remember correctly, there was some data set from West Bengal back in early 2000, late last decade. I think there was one data set from West Bengal. So
Okay.
are there any other data sets are not
So we do
available?
have, yes, actually we do have, the SAGE is actually a longitudinal, and also LASI is also a longitudinal at the
Yeah, but
national level.
recent ones.
Yeah,
Recent
so
ones.
SAGE also, if you actually know, there's a panel data which might come up soon. So actually, if you can integrate that, and we can actually see the long-term trends. So, but I'm not saying that we do not have. I think we should have more data sets which can actually give us a better picture of, to see the pattern. Yeah.
Yes,
So
I agree. Thank you so much, ma'am. And our next presenter is Abhishek Shahu on the occupation and early onset of chronic diseases, evidence from LASI data. You can stop your presentation, ma'am.
Yes.
Abhishek, yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My Abhishek Sao. My topic entitled with occupation and the early onset of the chronic disease in India. According to the WHO report 2020, chronic disease cause 70% of the global death. This means long-term illness like diabetes, lung problem, joint problem, and cardiovascular diseases also cause of the mortality in the world. Healthy aging does not mean the live longer. It means live most of the year without falling sick. uh, the kind of work a person does every day affect their body and the minds. Some jobs involves working in the heat, breathing the dots, and sitting for a long time, which is the cause of the in future chronic diseases. Like in the manual and the hazardous job face the higher risks of the musculoskeletal, respiratory, and the CPD, whereas sedentary clerical jobs face metabolic conditions. In India, 65% of the deaths are due to the NCD, rising rapidly among the older adult. The largely informal workforce lack protective regulation, especially in the construction, agricultural, and the services. Uh, mm, uh, the existing literature show that the occupation environments have exposure to the biochemical stressors like dots, chemicals, and sedentary behavioral and psychological stress, influencing both which disease occur and when they appear. The dual burden exists, like in the manual workers, face the early musculoskeletal, respiratory, and the CBD risk due to the hazardous exposures at the workplace, while the sedentary and the clerical workers face higher metabolic risk like obesity, diabetes, and hypertension driven by the inactive and the stress at the workplace. So occupation risks extended beyond the classic disease, exposure to agroeconomic and the heavy metals, increasing metabolic and the cardiovascular risk. In India and other LMNC, informal and poor regulated work increases exposure to construction workers, agricultural workers, and mining and small enterprises. So for the methodology, I use the data of LASI Wave 1, in which I use the Cox proportional hazard model, was applied to access the disease-free survival probability of the workers in different occupation and investigate how occupational influence the overall the chronic disease. For this, the events are age at the first diagnosed and concerning yes concerning censoring the age at a as 800 for those without any of the four disease which I mentioned previous, the diabetes yes, the diabetes, the lung disease, the bone disease, and the cardiovascular disease. For the independent variable included the occupational categories, demographic characteristics, socio factors, health-related indicators, and exposure at the workplace. Further results section, in this graph, it shows a clear occupational gradient in the chronic diseases. Market-oriented workers and elementary occupation workers carry the highest burden of across the diabetes, long bone in the CBD. While professional and clerical and manager constantly show the lower levels. And for the estimated, I use the Kaplan-Meier to compare the different types of workers and show how long they remain free from major disease as they grow older. Like in the show in the graph, the diabetes, the different begin around the age at 50 to 55 in workers in the elementary job and market-oriented workers start getting diabetes earlier, while the professionals and technicians and managers as getting the diabetes after the 60 to 70 age group. Next to the lung disease, in which it shows slightly earlier than the diabetes with difference emerging at the 50 and become a strong pronounced after the 55 to 60. So in the next, the bone disease. The bone disease are difference begin around the age of 50 to 55. After the age of 60, the gap is so the clearly. The fastest declining in the bone-free survival is observed among the market-oriented skill, agricultural and agricultural worker and craft-related trade worker and plant machinery operators, which is 58 to 68 age group. While the professional and technicians show the survival probability and delayed on the onset disease. For the CBD, okay, for the CBD, the survival curve showed at the onset of CBD begin diverging across the occupations around age 50 to 55, with the disparity become more pronounced as late midlife 55 to 65 years. The market-oriented skilled agricultural workers, craft-related workers, and elementary workers marked earlier onset of the faster and progressive progression of the CBD conditions. For for the further work, I do the Cox proportional hazard estimation across the occupations, which I mentioned above. mentioned before, the Cox proportional hazard model show the access of the disease-free survival probability of a worker in different occupation and investigates how occupation influence the onset of the disease. For this, the diabetes, the professionals had 2.3 times folder hazard, followed by the service workers and the elementary workers, which 1.5 times and 1.4 times respectively, compared to the skilled agricultural workers. For long disease, the technicians and the associate professionals show the higher elevated hazard, which is 14.52 times as compared to the reference category, which is the market oriented skilled agricultural and the fishery workers. So for the bone disease, it show the highest among the technicians, which is 4.2 times, and elementary workers, which is 1.3 times, and clerical workers so 0.6 times protective association. For the CPD, higher services across services among the service workers, which is 1.2 times. Elementary workers face 1.3 times higher than are comparatively to the reference category. And here is the socio-economic demographic profile of the for the Cox proportional hazard model. It show a significant demography and the health related differences in diabetes risk. Urban resident OBC categories and are the higher risk in the diabetes, while the female and the scheduled caste are comparatively protected. Health pattern reveal BMI and poor self-rated health as measure predicted of the early diabetes onset. Behavioral influences indicating that the tobacco uses increases vulnerability, demonstrating lifestyle effects. And for the long disease, it shows the higher among the urban resident and OBC category, while the older adult and female are comparatively less protected, which is 0.3 at for the age 60 and 0.7 times for the female. Poor self-rated health, elevated risk. Underweight adults are more vulnerable than those at the healthier BMI. Long social security is protected where the physical demanding increases. Long disease higher, which is 2.6 times. For the bone disease, it shows the lower risks of the bone and the joint disorder 0.3 times, while female exhibited a higher risk 1.3 times compared to the males. Risk increases steadily within the BMI category, and which is 2.1 times for the obesity adults, raising a sharp within poor self-rated health, which is 4.6 times for more poor healthier compared to the very good self-rated health. Uh, and and yes, for the CPD, it's so age at 60 year and the above have the much a lower risk, about 0.3 times that those age at 45 to 59 age group, while the women have 1.2 times higher risk than the men. Urban resident face 1.2 times higher risk than the rural resident. Higher BMI and poor self-rated health strongly increases severity. A longer work experience reduce risk, while social security increases detentions. For the discussion, manual workers experience earlier onset of the disease, chronic disease, while professionals worker maintain longer disease-free years. So, clear occupational gradient. Exposure to dust, foam, pesticides, and polluted air contribution to the earlier development of the lung disease among agricultural and the industry workers. Repetitive physical labors and poor agroeconomic conditions among the female informal workers accelerated the onset of bone and the joint problems. Psychosocial and the socioeconomic traits such as irregular in work schedule, job insecurity, poor diet, and limited screening contributed to cardiometabolic risk among the manual workers, agricultural and construction workers, consist with the evidence from the India and the global studies. Worker with low education, disadvantaged caste status, and limited social protection face higher risk due to restricted healthcare access and the weaker healthy literacy. But the low social security and coverage among the workers reflect their exclusion from India's protection systems, limiting access the timely diagnosis and the care. Social security and the health insurance reduce catastrophic health spending and improving treatment assets, uh, highlighting their potential to reduce chronic disease burden. The finding emphasized the need of integrated occupational health into chronic disease strategy, though expanded social protection, workflow screening, and agronomic safeguards. There is some limitation of my study, like the disease were self-reported. So many people may not know they are sick. They may lead to underreporting, especially among the informal workers. Occupation informal was limited, information was limited. Many people do different types of work at a different times. So the full exposure was not captured. Disease were diagnosed more often in the urban and the rich group because they are better access to the health facilities. So the difference may be reflected access, not only real risk. For conclude my section, the study show the occupation was major role in the determining the chronic disease began among the older adult in India. Workforce in manual and the physical demanding jobs experience diseases much earlier compared to the professions and the technicals workers. This difference arises from the long-term exposure to the dust, foams, poor agronomic uh, stress, and limited access to the healthcare. To highlight the needs of the strengthen workplace health action, improves earlier screening, and expand social protection for the informal workers, intergenerating occupational health into India's non-communicable disease strategy to help the delayed of the disease onset. So these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Our next presenter is Trideep Mitra. Abhishek, please feel free to stop your presentation. Thank you. And the topic is associations between elderly pregnancies, gestational diabetes, and hypertensive pregnancy disorders, and implications for later health. Trideep, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Chirip Mitra from SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center. I am going to present association between elderly pregnancies, gestational diabetes mellitus, hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, and implication on later life health. So, and the co-authors of this study are Dr. A. Shruti Anil Kumar, Dr. Sajita Kumar Yar, and Dr. Rajiv Janardhanan. So to start with, the global prevalence of GDM elderly pregnancies stands at 9.6%, while the prevalence in India is around almost similar, which is like 10 to 12%. So whereas the hypertensive disorders of pregnancy and gestational diabetes are like at 11 and 13% respectively. So there might be different causes for the reasons for the elderly pregnancies, starting from social and personal causes, which is like career and finances, or social shifts like late marriages or remarriages, or might be emotional readiness for marriage or having a kid. So, or it can be biological factors, which is very prevalent, not only in LMICs, but also HICs, which is like decreasing egg quality, and or pre-existing health conditions like adenomyosis or PCOS or endometriosis. So, or it might be associated with other risk factors like increased risk, like somebody is having diabetes or thyroid issues, or might be fertility treatment which takes like really long time, like beauty like it might be ranging from IUI to ICSI. So on doing a review of existing literature, we found three studies: Corteras et al. And Lin et al. And Tambesker et al., who found us that this elderly pregnancies are higher developed. So most of the elderly pregnancies in their population develop GDM and HDP later in their lifetime, later during pregnancy. And also, we found a article by uh, Hugh et al., who did a follow-up study, and who found that the incidence of hypertensive disorders of incidence of hypertension and gestational diabetes was much higher in patients with developing HDP or GDM during their pregnancy. So, to start with, did a data analysis from NFHS 5 data, this one where we where we have seen the trends of GDM and HDP among the elderly pregnancies, and we also did a cross-sectional study from our in the all from all patients who are visiting the gynec OPD. Who are above the age of 35, and we are willing to participate in the study, where we have seen the prevalence of HDP and GDM among these patients who are visiting our OPDs. So about the exclusion criteria, we excluded all patients who are having a previous any previous gynecological conditions, like be it adenomyosis, endometriosis, or PCOS. Patients with CVD issue, cardiovascular events, like starting from arrhythmia to any other, like AMI risk or something, severe ACS. We all our patients with diabetes, we all excluded that from the study, or patients with moderate to severe anemia were also excluded from the study, because it might also have a significant implication on any other immunocompromised conditions like GDM or HDP. So patients who have not conceived, who have conceived because of ART, also were excluded from the study, because ARTs takes significant amount of time, which delays and during that period the age of the patient, like the pregnant women, increases, and it's very high. There are high chance like of conceiving at a higher age. So, from the NFHS data, we found the prevalence of GDM is higher in elderly pregnancies, especially like from 30 and above, and with its peak at 40 to 44 years of age. When we see the state-wise prevalence of GDM, we found like states like Goa, Kerala, Meghalaya, and Karnataka are higher. The prevalence is higher in number. So we did a poison segregation coefficient, regression ratio for seeing the prevalence of GDM in among the age groups of between 20 to 49, but which we found like the prevalence of GDM was subsequently higher in the age above 30 plus, 30 to 35 plus, which is similar to our results also, which I'm going to show later in the slide in my presentation. And apart from that, other risk factors like BMI is seen to be a very high risk factor for GDM among elderly among elderly pregnancies. And apart from that, patients with again thyroid disorders who are who are at a higher risk of having a higher risk of infertility are also having this higher risk for GDM. And also, patients with heart disease or alcohol consumption or smoking habits were also seen to be the prevalence of GDM was seen to be higher in these patients. So, coming to gestational hypertension, again, we did a logistic regression ratio where we found that the with increase in age of the pregnant women, the pre, uh, uh, prevalence of gestational hypertension also has significantly increased. On doing a state-wide wise prevalence of gestational hypertension, we found that states like Meghalaya, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Haryana had a very high prevalence rates compared to other states like Telangana or Karnataka. So, we use this national level trends for our primary cross-sectional study, and we found that out of our population of 371, 341, we found that most of the patients, which is like almost two-third of the patients, 64.58%, developed GDM, whereas 20% of around 20% of the population developed hypertension, which is much more than the portion section of patients who did not develop any of these complications. And on dividing the hypertensive women with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy, we found like the most of these patients were did develop gestational hypertension or preeclampsia than patients with already pre-existing hypertension, which is chronic hypertension. Now, on doing a risk analysis, we found like the patient of using multiple variates like parity, BMI, HbA1c levels, FBS, PPBS, systolic and diastolic BP, and as well as the ABGA score of the babies. We found that elderly pregnancies with BMI and diastolic pressure BP higher are at higher risk for developing GDM and related neonatal other neonatal disorder, also putting the babies at risk, born to these mothers at risk, and also elderly pregnancies with higher BMI, HbA1c, FBS, and PPBS levels are at higher risk for developing hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. So, coming to the discussion section, we found that elderly pregnancies with GDM are at higher risk for developing hypertension or diabetes later in their lifetime. Elderly pregnancies with hypertensive disorders of pregnancy are also at a higher risk for developing hypertension or diabetes later in their lifetime. Uh, Elderly pregnancies belonging to South Indian states, mostly which might be due to ethnic variance, like because of the Dravidian ethnicity, or Northeastern states who are belonging to the Indo-Mongolian ethnicity are at higher risk for GDM. Elderly pregnancies belonging to North Indian states, mostly who are belonging to the Indo-Aryan ethnicity, are at higher risk for developing hypertensive disorders of pregnancy. Now, elderly pregnancies with higher BMI, other risk factors like BMI, smoking, drinking habits, are also at higher risk of developing higher GDM or hypertension, HDP. With this, we come to the end of my presentation.
Today, I have a quick question. Can you go back to your previous slide?
Yeah.
So you make a case, or at least you seem to correlate the GDM and the elderly pregnancies with respect to the ethnicities here.
Yeah.
Indo-Mongolian versus Dravidian, and
Yeah.
Indo-Aryan versus Dravidian. So my question to you is, how do you make that connection? Because because there might be a simple explanation here. The simple explanation is South Indian states versus North Indian states versus Northeast Indian states. Not only that, but also if you take every state, they have different food habits.
Yeah,
So
agreed.
how can you make a conclusion onto ethnicity while not considering simple parameters?
So actually, on this note, like not only ethnicity, actually there are many reasons. Like ethnicity is contains only like 50% of 50% only of the things are dependent on ethnicities. Like surprisingly, 50%, the other 50% depends on the lifestyle factors, which is like BMI, which can be a smoking, drinking
If
habits,
I
or
if I may
exposure to
interrupt, if I may
plastics.
interrupt,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
I may
sure, sure, sure.
interrupt, you're putting a 50%, a number, an objective
Yeah,
number.
yeah, yeah.
Do you have evidence for that?
Yeah. We have a Lancet article, so which states that there's like 50% of this case, like it was on GDM. Okay, the study was on GDM, and it's states like 50% of GDM cases are dependent on this lifestyle factors. And I am also there's one more study which I am doing, and which is on plastics and role of plasticizers in GDM, and I found a very nice trend in among this nice correlation between the level of plastic level in the blood in the
Microplastics.
urinary plastic level.
You're referring to microenvironment wearables. I understand that.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
but what I'm trying to
yeah.
see here is there are lifestyle factors, there are environmental factors,
Yeah.
and then there is even within the northern states and eastern states or in any
Mhm.
state, there is an
Mhm.
education literary factor. But
Yeah.
connecting that to the ethnicity is
Mhm.
is 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 probably a little bit a stretch, I feel,
Yeah.
if you
So,
don't
sir,
mind.
in the yeah, of course, sir. In the cross-section study in which we are doing, so we are doing a very race-specific and niche-specific study in our SRM hospital, where we are looking at the trends of this GDM with elderly pregnancies as well as the plastic deposition. Because so we are in such a world, like from the birth onwards, like leave from the birth, so from the mother's womb onwards, we are exposed to this xenobiotics. So
Yes.
there is deposition in our body of this xenobiotic compounds, like from the very before we are born. So like the deposition, and with increase in age, this deposition will slowly increase, and this can lead to not only GDM, because diabetes and hypertension are one of some of the most common disease, like, and it may lead to lot, like, and of course, like obesity, everything.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah,
Teddy. And if you don't mind, if you can share that Lancet article where it says 50% is for this and
yeah.
another 50% to others, please do share that article if possible.
Sure, sure, sir.
Thank
I will
you,
share.
Teddy. Then our next speaker is Megha Paul, and she will be talking about empowering healthy aging, a generational approach to well-being. Megha, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am here. Right.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead,
sharing my
please.
screen.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes. So, okay. Is my screen visible, sir?
It's coming. Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So, greetings of the day to everyone present here. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to present this study done by my team, also my co-authors, Dr. Vasundhara Kapoor, Swati Mishra, and Namit. So, this is on empowering healthy aging through a generational approach to well-being. Without further ado, I would like to take you to the background of the study. So, yes, it has already been addressed by the chair itself that we have observed increasing lifespan, but the major concern for today's gerontology research remains to be the explored one of the preventive measures of age-related diseases, that is dietary habit. Also, it is well established that women are affected disproportionately compared to men at later ages, and the prevalence of malnutrition amongst women is also not any different. And then, if we talk about the developmental origin of health and disease hypothesis, it also emphasizes that adult health is rooted in prenatal early
Megha,
childhood environmental and in aging.
go
Right.
ahead. There was an interruption for a second. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, sir. Accordingly, we have explored over here the importance of maternal nutritional literacy to promote healthy aging at later stage of life. So this research draws on the CSR initiative implemented by Center for Knowledge and Development, wherein we work towards improving nutritional literacy amongst women at different stages of life using a stage-specific nutrition social behavior change communication model. And this aimed for intergenerational health benefits. And for this study, we have limited our discussion to pregnant, lactating, and young mothers who act as the target population for maternal nutrition. So, I think if anybody is interested into the details of the model can reach out later. I'll just quickly go through. So yes, we have reached out this target population through tailored messages using interpersonal counseling and community mobilization through participatory learning action meetings and community-based events. So yes, the aim of the study is to evaluate if early and community-driven nutrition intervention act as preventive investments for holistic healthy aging. So coming to the first objective of the study, which is also centered around the previous research gap. So there are many SPCC strategies that are employed across various domains, but the effectiveness of them remains to be a limited literature and so in improving diet adequacy and macronutrient supplementation. Secondly, we tried to explore to see the prevalence of low birth weight as an outcome for the long-term health outcomes. Now coming to the study area, so 3 districts of Gujarat and Maharashtra, which was the Center for Intervention, served as study area, and the data is used from the annual periodic monitoring done at 2023 and 2025, the baseline and endline respectively. Now, quickly going with the data variables used for the study. So firstly, we have the minimum meal frequency, that is consumption of 3 or more meals per day, and then diet diversity. So the diet diversity was looked in through 2 scores. One, that is the relative diet diversity, as the data collected during baseline was limited to 6 food groups only, that is proteins, carbohydrates, green leafy vegetables, other vegetables, fruit and milk products. Later on at Endline, we were able to do the base assessment using FANTA guidelines. So we have also provided scores for minimum dietary diversity as per the FANTA food group guidelines. Now, addressing another gap in nutrition studies, that is, although WHO and UNICEF have provided an indicator of minimum acceptable diet for young children, there is no such indicator for adult women, and accordingly we have created a study defined indicator for our study, which is nothing but a composite indicator integrating both the minimum meal frequency and diet diversity. A woman is classified as having minimum acceptable diet if she met with the both criteria. Now, we have also looked into the supplementation part through adherence to IFA amongst pregnant women, and we have also looked into the prevalence of low birth weight, that is birth weight below 2.5 kilograms among infants aged 0 to 6 months at the time of the survey. Now coming to the findings of the study. So firstly, I would like to show you the dietary transformation that was brought through to the exposure of the stage-specific SBCC model. So yeah, I would like to bring your notice to this chart, that is the baseline versus endline dietary behavior comparisons. So if we see across all target groups, the minimum meal frequency, yes, if we see the gains, not much notable increase or decrease either. But yeah, in the case of diet diversity scores and minimum acceptable diet amongst women, we have seen significant gains across all the target groups. If we look upon the particular target group, yes, amongst lactating women, it was a little lower compared to pregnant and mother of younger child. But yeah, we take it as a learning to improve interventions at the postpartum and childcare phase. Now, if we see that the gains that are noted here are a clear indication that yes, the model that was introduced into the area brought significant changes in the dietary pattern amongst the women. This was, if we look at in 2025, women who were meeting the minimum diet diversity criteria was also significant. At least more than 50% of the population was adhering to, which was a good achievement for our end. And if we look into the food group consumption pattern that was brought at 20, which I have presented here for 2025, we can see that yes, in 2025, women were actually consuming not only from the five or more food groups, but if we just look at these two patterns, they were not only consuming from the traditional what we say the cereal and starch based food groups, that is food group 1 and food group 2, but were also have shifted their adherence to food group 7 and food group 8, especially in Gujarat, a little bit lower in Maharashtra, that are the vegetables, that dark green leafy vegetables, which shows that yes, if not through largely across all food groups, but yes, the food groups which are affordable and easily locally available, women have adhered to those kind of food groups to improve their dietary behavior. With that said, so if I go ahead with the prevalence of low birth weight, so this indicator, we have tried to explore this indicator as an outcome one, although we know that yes, the explanations of relationship to low birth weight also includes other factors which are not in this study. For Maharashtra, I see that the prevalence had reduced, which closely aligns with the assumptions of the study that yeah, improved maternal diet quality and higher IFA intake can help reduce lower birth weight babies. However, in Gujarat, there is a marginal rise. I think we need to study more on that, which we might do. But overall, if we see that yes, if we look into early life health implications, declining low birth weight in Maharashtra signals important early life gains, reducing vulnerability to childhood malnutrition and long-term morbidities, consistent with the earlier DOHAD pathways that we discussed on. Also, I would like to go back to the previous slide. As part of discussion, it has always been previously noted in previous researches that yes, exposure to mid-media often is a good influence for women to improve any sort of health behavior, and that has also applied for nutrition behavior amongst women. Now, I would like to conclude this that yes, strengthening maternal nutritional literacy and fostering behavior change, such interventions contribute not only to reducing immediate nutritional vulnerabilities, but also to support healthier life course trajectories, ultimately advancing broader goals relating to healthy aging and intergenerational well-being. Thereby, we do believe early and community-driven nutrition intervention act as preventive investment for healthy aging, especially in women due to multiplier effect of intergenerational nutrition benefits. That's all from my side today.
Thank you, Megha. Megha and Trudeep, I have a question, a common question for both of you. It's more of a
Yes, sir.
observation. So, are there any gut microbiome samples available for you guys to look into your research and compare with the gut microbiome? Are
So
there any
actually,
thoughts? Yeah, please go ahead.
yes, sir. So my paper was only based for the SBCC model. I have not looked into the gut macro part that you are suggesting, so I have no idea for that
Okay.
right
Trudeep?
now. Yes, but I would like to explore that.
Yeah,
So
because
I'm looking more into the urinary microbiome and urinary phthalate concentrations, plastic concentrations. So I'm also not focusing on the gut microbiome actually.
okay, okay. Okay, you guys are not familiar if anybody is looking at
Uh,
gut microbiome
yeah,
and the
and
gestational
sir,
side.
sorry to interrupt you. Like around 90% of the gut microbiome changes in every 1 or 2 years. So it's not constant. So that's
Yeah,
also
but
one
pregnancy
more
is
thing
also
why I'm not looking.
pregnancy.
Yeah,
Pregnancy is also a
yeah,
time spot, right? It's a time
yeah,
spot.
and
Right? It's not,
again, the food habit might also alter the gut microbiome.
it
So
does.
which is
That is,
also a
it
very,
does. It
yeah.
does. Okay.
Yeah, and because the nutritional whatever is given by the nutritionist, so when any pregnant woman is visiting a OPD, so with respect to that, and it's not like every like if 10 pregnant women are visiting the OPDs and they are given the pregnancy chart, so they will like 10 women will follow up that chart, and you have that diet, and they will do there some modifications to that diet. So we can't say like the gut microbiome will be same for all. Like it might differ from one person to another. In that 10 only we can have like five kind of gut microbiome alterations.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. There will be
Yeah.
a lot of things there. There will be. Thank you, guys, and
Thank you so much.
thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentations, interesting presentations, and looking forward to the next steps. And this concludes our session. And the next session will be post-lunch session. The lunch is for 30 minutes. So right exactly after 30 minutes, we will meet again and looking forward to listening to more conversations. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sir, Dilip sir needs to be promoted as host.
He's not.
No.
Can you guys not do that?
No, for host you have to promote.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
So I want him to be the host. I mean, for the afternoon.
Here is the problem with that. I can do that right now.
Yeah, that's why. That's why he's still in the thing. I'm promoting him as panelist.
Okay.
Once he joins as panelist,
What
to be
if
promoted.
what happens in the afternoon session when I'm not around?
No, that's why I want Dhananjay sir and Dilip sir and Malti ma'am, Mala
Yes.
ma'am to be promoted right now.
So I already did all of them in the morning. Looks like they're logged out and logged
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
And
Did it.
if they do that, then they can then
No,
then
I
I
did
have
log
to.
out. I don't know. Somehow it shifted to this one.
Oh, it automatically shifted. Acha.
Yeah, I think there is some limit for panelist.
Okay,
If
then
you
we need
more
to
than that
move.
number, so one person may go. I
Okay.
think so.
We need to move. We need to move all the folks who are not required in
Yeah,
the
I'm
panel.
doing that parallelly.
No, in our team as well, because in our team, other than the steering committee, do we need anyone else in the session?
No,
Panel
I'm moving them also. Now, for example,
volunteers.
only now Raghunath I will move like that. So, sir, you can remove Raghunath as co-host and make him if the number is more.
You know what? I think I can make you host. Let me do that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Make host. Change host to okay. Now you
Because
should be
Mala
able to
ma'am
do it.
will.
You should be
Okay.
able to do everything.
Okay. Because
Okay.
Mala ma'am will join only at 1:30, then we must be able to do that.
That's what I'm saying. So now you are the host, so you can move people around and make them co-hosts as you see fit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I made you host. Will that work?
Yeah.
Or you want me to be awake for another half
No,
an hour?
I'm trying. Just give me 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Remove Dilip sir or Anil sir and bring them back.
No, I'm trying for Raghunath. It's not happening. I'm not able to remove.
What is it saying?
It's not giving the option as remove co-host. It's coming remove.
So should I leave? Then you can add.
No, sir. Actually, Divya, it should, Divya.
Yeah,
Because
that's why I'm
all
trying.
my privileges are gone.
Yeah, now it did. Now it did. No,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
yet.
I don't have privileges anymore to remove.
Change to attendee, then I'll move him to panelist. Let me see.
Yeah.
What
Change
is the
the
time, sir? There, sir.
sir.
Really? What is the time in the US? In your
For me, 1:40.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, 1:40. I am sleepy, sir. I
Okay,
am
okay.
sleepy. That's the reason I want to make sure before I crash, I want to make sure that
Yeah, yeah.
she
Because
can
it
do
is a
everything.
tough task to stay awake and
But it's
listen.
good that our session has gone very well.
Yes, sir.
More than 60 participants were there.
Yes, yes. Yes, that is, I think, even the last time we had a similar thing, which is people moving in and out,
Yeah.
People who are, I think that's the beauty of virtual presentation, which is,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
just focused on the sessions they want to attend.
Mm.
Uma and
Okay.
Lily.
Okay, now
Lily
you
is
manage. You can sleep.
Yeah, during this lunch time, I'm just keeping one slide visible. That is for tomorrow's plenary session.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Raghu.
That banner, no, background one, if you
Yeah,
can.
that's I'm just keeping one. Give me 1 second.
We are working behind the screen. I mean, we will be calling the post-lunch speakers and with the team will work, sir. You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Abhishek
So
is around.
no, they might have gone for lunch only half an hour, no? So
Yeah. So
go back.
Divya, quick question. Can you remove and bring them back?
Yeah, I did.
You did? You did? And brought them
Yes.
back in again and made them co-host?
Yes. Yes.
No, you didn't make co-host Raghunath. Make him co-host.
No, I made Abhishek. I removed
Abhishek.
Raghunath. I made
Okay.
Abhishek co-host.
Okay. Okay.
Because he's the volunteer helping the
Okay.
chairperson.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm rotating, sir. We'll be back in 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, we will have a quick lunch
Okay.
and come back.
Now, can I step out, guys?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Your
Okay,
system
thank
will
you.
be
Bye.
on,
Great
right?
job.
Have a good sleep.
Thank
Go
you,
and have a
guys.
good sleep. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Sir, your
Thank you.
system
Bye-bye.
will be on, right?
Yeah.
What, Divya?
Your system will be on and your
Yes.
phone will be on,
Yes.
right?
My system will be on. My phone will be on. It's recording on my computer. And even if it stops, it automatically picks up recording on your computer because you're the host
Yeah, yeah.
now.
Yeah, I have the
You're the
backup.
host.
Yeah.
The only problem will arise is if Zoom application closes, then you need to use my user ID and password. And Dhananjay sir, you also have my user ID and password, right? Zoom? No?
So can you just share it once in the
Okay.
steering?
Okay, let me just share it in the steering committee. Where is steering committee? There you go. I put it in the steering committee. I put it in the steering committee. So you have to log back in from zero again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Good night. Good night.
Night.
Bye.
Divya, are you there?
Please join. Yeah.
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 Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, sir, I was just calling the presenters to join. I'm moving them. Oh, ma'am is here. Okay. Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So is Professor Krishnan there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. How are
Can
you
you
doing?
see me? I think
Yeah,
my
I can
video is
see.
on.
Yeah, I can see you
great.
there. Very well. Right.
Great.
Yep.
Because I can't somehow see myself. I don't know why.
Oh. Maybe some issues with your settings, it seems.
I don't know.
Okay. So I can see you and I can hear you very well.
Oh, good. Great. So we can together be part of this.
Sure.
Just waiting for Dhananjay, sir. He has shared his screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Work. Abhishek, you're ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Yeah.
So, good afternoon, everyone, for this afternoon session. I'm Abhishek, and I am here to formally introduce our session chairs, Professor Mala Kapoor Shankar Das and Professor Anil Krishna. So, Dr. Mala Kapoor Shankar Das is an internationally and nationally known sociologist, gerontologist, health and development social scientist. She retired from University of Delhi as a professor in March 2021. She has published over 100 articles. She has published over 100 articles and is an author of several books on different aging issues. She consults with United Nations agencies and she is a resource person with various ministries of Government of India and NGOs for aging issues. She has also been involved with Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in formulating the national policy for older persons and is also a part of their working group for senior citizens. She is also a member of the Committee on Older People of National Human Rights Commission. Now, Professor Anil Krishnan. Professor Anil Indra Krishnan is a distinguished public health expert with over 20 years of experience in health systems strengthening, health financing, and nutrition policy across Asia and Africa. He holds a PhD in public health with specialization in health economics from MDS University, India. His work has focused on universal health coverage, primary health care, maternal and child health, and non-communicable disease management, with significant policy impact in countries such as Nigeria, Liberia, Rwanda, Chad, and Guinea. He has held prominent leadership roles, including Director of Global Health at the University of Global Health Equity, Rwanda, and Technical Lead for Health Systems at Helpage International in Myanmar. Professor Anil has also collaborated with many global organizations like UNICEF, USAID, Gates Ventures, and the World Health Organization. He is known for fostering cross-cultural leadership, capacity building, and innovative health solutions. And Professor Anil continues to influence global health policy through his active roles in advisory boards, steering committees, and international health forums. So we welcome both our chairs for this session. Thank you.
So should we move on with the session?
Yeah, yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah.
So, ma'am,
afternoon.
Just an update from my side. The first presenter, Harshal Bolte, is not joining due to some emergency. So you can start with the second.
Okay. So, afternoon greetings to all. I'm happy to chair, along with Professor Anil Krishnan, the second session of our important conference on Longevity Asia, which is track 3, 4, and 5, with focus on the theme of techno innovation, environmental change, and disaster management, and also on socioeconomic and cultural diversity policy impact. We had 9 papers being presented, but now I hear there are 8 by learned scholars on topics related to these themes. And these cover significant sub-themes related to health records and AI, disaster effects, family and society. In all, it would be enriching deliberations, and we look forward to interesting interactions based on various disciplinary thoughts, which can translate into action to take forward the relevance of all the aspects covered in this session. Professor Anil, would you like to give a couple of opening comments before the authors of papers are invited to make their presentations?
Yeah, thanks, Professor Mala. See, this particular session is of highly relevant in this time. The major fact remains, technology is being taken as a lead role in healthcare, especially when we talk about the health seeking healthcare behavior, changing the healthcare behavior rather, would require a lot of innovation from this group. I looked at the papers, especially there are papers which is on health policy, gender, vulnerability, exploring the vulnerability and the quality of life using AI and things like that. Unfortunately, that person is not presenting. And if that is going to be the urge or from the researchers, I'm sure this session is going to be enriched with a lot of information, and which would eventually be useful for our country and Asia in particular. With that note, I'm handing over to Professor Mala.
Yeah, thank you. So if you agree, Professor Krishnan and all the presenters, we have the comments and discussions after all the papers have been presented. I think we could do it for 12 minutes each to begin with, maybe a minute here and there, or maybe 15 minutes, because now we don't have one presenter. But maybe we can spend more time on discussion and comments if we have extra time. So my suggestion is that I can make few remarks on the first 4 presentations, and on the next 4, Professor Anil, you could do so.
Sure.
And then we could have various discussion points and open it to all the participants. So can we then start with the first paper, which was supposed to be of Harsh Raj on techno innovations for longevity and quality of life, but it's not being done. Although, as Professor Anil also pointed out, I think it is a very important topic, which would have brought in the intersection of technology, longevity, and quality of life. Anyway, we could maybe talk a little about this in the discussion. So we then move on to the second paper, which is by Richa Nigam, which is on techno-stress and procrastination, comparing young and middle-aged adults. Richa, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Can I share my
So
slides?
you would do it yourself, sharing the screen?
Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
that
sharing
would
my
be
screen.
fine. Yes, please move on.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, please carry on.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and esteemed panel members.
So I'll be talking about techno stress and procrastination and comparing young and middle-aged adults. Let me give you a premise of this talk that a lot of work has been done on techno stress, particularly with younger population. It has not been tested cross-sectionally across different age cohorts. So now this was our attempt to actually capture the relationship between techno stress and procrastination, and if there are some additional factors which are also associated. So let me just start with what is techno stress. As we know, techno stress is the stress individual experiences due to their reliance on technology and because of excessive use of AI and technology in our daily life. We can see that this is increasing. Now, another factor that is there, a concept that is there in my talk, is procrastination, which refers to delaying tasks due to distractions or avoidance of stress, right? So now one way we can see that techno stress is there because of excessive use of technology, which is leading people to procrastinate. Now this is an established finding that there should be a relationship between procrastination and techno stress in general. All right. So this was also found that increasing integration of technology in daily life has led to an increase in techno stress. All right. So which may now, this is the conjecture, influence procrastinating behaviors. Now, past literature have pointed to this that technostress negatively, of course, impacts engagement and it increases procrastination. Now, this is a stated finding, and this was explored with young adults. Young adults face higher technology stress because, of course, they are connected more in comparison to the other age groups. Strong correlation between also internet addiction and procrastination is also found. Now, internet addiction has not been explored in conjunction with techno stress and procrastination, and this is what the current study wants to explore, that there is a relationship between techno stress and procrastination. Is it also mediated by internet addiction? So a direct comparison in the current study is done between young and middle-aged adults to understand age-related differences in the relationship between techno stress and procrastination, and if at all internet addiction is the factor that we can actually see in this relationship. And we hypothesized that there would be a positive relationship between techno stress and procrastination across all age groups. So earlier there has been a stated finding that it has been experienced in young adults, observed in young adults, but we don't know about middle-aged and so forth, right? So we first hypothesize this, and second we hypothesize that younger adults will of course then report higher techno stress, but we also hypothesize that middle-aged adults will also be reporting higher procrastination. All right. So let's see, because we don't know if they are indulging in technology that much, which is causing them stress. So we didn't hypothesize for techno stress in middle-aged adults. So we had roughly 100 participants and somewhat equally divided, but yeah, one or two would be less in young adults. So we had young adults and middle-aged two groups, and we used three questionnaires: techno stress questionnaire, general procrastination scale, and internet addiction test. Now we also collected this weekly log of their usage of internet from their mobile as part of their mobile data. So we have three independent variable: techno stress, screen time, and internet addiction. And of course, their influence is what we are seeing on procrastination. These are the demographics, as you can see. And now moving on to statistical analysis, we applied Pearson correlation, and I am going to skip MANOVA, but I am interested in at the current presentation to talk about the mediation analysis to see whether we can explore the relationship between internet addiction and these other variables. So these are the results for the young adults. Now these correlations were done separately for each of the IVs to look at the effect on the DV. So techno stress and procrastination were highly correlated based on the literature also. Internet addiction and procrastination again was found to be highly correlated. However, no significant correlation was found between screen time, which we took as the logger, weekly logger, in comparison to other two variables. Similar results were found in middle-aged adults, that techno stress and procrastination were related, although positively correlated. Yeah, and internet addiction was also significantly correlated with procrastination. However, no significant difference was found, correlation was found for screen time and other variables. Now,
In the regression, we found that age, that means young and old, middle-aged adults, significantly predicted procrastination, while screen time did not. And we have found that in correlation also. So the overall model was significant. Age also significantly predicted internet addiction and similarly techno stress, while screen time did not. So these results were in the same line. And this is where I want to actually pause and take this moment to see that we already got a clear effect of age predicting being directly related to procrastination, but we also found it via internet addiction. So as per literature, techno stress is directly predicting procrastination. That is true. That is what we got. But we also got a indirect effect of internet addiction predicting procrastination. So we got a partial mediation. So internet addiction partially mediated procrastination. Neither techno stress nor screen time significantly otherwise mediated this relationship. So coming forward to the discussion, the present study found a significant positive correlation between technostress and procrastination in both the age groups, which had not been explored earlier. We'd known for young adults, but we also now know for middle-aged adults, with of course, a stronger relationship between relationship of the same in the younger population. But we could know that they are more immersed in the usage of technology, and they can't do away with it. So so that is why stronger relationship in the younger cohort. The result aligned with previous research suggesting that technostress impairs self-regulation and increases avoidance behavior. So we can see this, hence facilitating procrastination. So we have support through the previous literature. Age emerged as a significant predictor of technostress and internet addiction along with procrastination. This was interesting for us to find. This aligned with previous findings for the younger adults due to deeper immersion in the technology. However, in the middle-aged adults also, we could see higher levels of procrastination despite lower levels of techno stress, because they are not as much engaged with in comparison to younger adults, but they still show higher levels of procrastination. And that could possible reason that we could actually find was probably stemming from occupational pressure to actually adopt technology and decision fatigue, role conflict, etc. So that was one thing that we could find. We again restate that mediation analysis revealed the internet addiction significantly, mediating the relationship between age and procrastination. This indicates the differences in procrastination between age groups may be partially explained by varying levels of problematic internet usage. Moving on, the implications of this study is there's a strong relationship between technostress and procrastination in young, also in middle-aged adults, and both have their own reasons. So young are multitasking, more immersed in the technology. Middle-aged are not multitasking, but there's a pressure to use it and to adapt to technology that is probably causing stress and increasing the procrastinating behavior. Importantly, since screen time was not a significant mediator, digital wellness efforts should focus more on quality and type of technology use rather than just the duration. So we know that screen time probably is not predicting this stress and procrastination. However, the kind of immersion or the kind of indulgence that is there, the type of technology that is being used should definitely be focused on. Lastly, the purpose of using technology may significantly contribute to factors such as procrastination, along with other purposelessness and burnout, other factors which are purposelessness and burnout. So I want to conclude that these findings suggest that while digital stress and screen duration are important contextual factors, it is the internet-related behavioral patterns, specifically addiction, that more directly shape age-related differences in procrastination. So I would thank you all, and I will also like to thank my colleague, Dr. Vandana Singh, and my student who did this work, Anushka Kararia, and thank you for listening. Any questions?
No, we'll take the discussion questions after all the presentations. So
Sure.
please wait on. But I must say that if you want to say something more, because you've only taken about 5 to 6 minutes,
Yeah,
and
I
you were
speak fast.
allotted, it's like half the time of what we had planned for you.
Yes.
So if you
So,
want to expand on
yeah.
something, maybe you can take another 3-4 minutes and do so,
Sure.
because it would be
Sure.
good to know more about your research.
Thank you so much
Do
for
you
the
want
opportunity.
to
Yes,
say
yes,
something more?
definitely. Definitely.
Okay,
So,
so I give
we are
you
expanding.
another
Yeah,
3-4 minutes. Please
sure.
expand on some of the points. Yeah, thank
Definitely.
you.
So, I got interested in this work because I saw my own parents struggling to use technology. However, even before retirement, my own father would seek out help from the younger colleagues. So I knew definitely the technology is going to cause burnout in the older age. So, but we didn't know the cross-sectional patterns that are there, right? So we didn't know what is happening over a period of time across different age groups. So that's how I got interested. This was part of the study that I have presented. Now the other part that we are still working on, because it's not very easy to get older adults to participate in a research and as many in good numbers. So we are still collecting that data, and we would have a complete lifespan view about these factors of influencing each other. There are a few more things that we are also considering in the later part of the study, wherein what is the kind of social media that they are using will also be part of our exploration. So, for example, middle-aged adults, so far from what I can observe from the data that I've collected, they are more indulgent in work-related, task-related technology, and less into the leisure-oriented kind of forums that they are connected to. For older adults, it's this massively leisure-related forums that they are connected to. So burnout and procrastination are very tricky to even figure out, because we know that it is for leisure, but is it really causing a burnout? So that has been another interesting thing for us to explore. And of course, with younger adults, we need to have it has large policy implications on the kind of technology that they are indulging in, and with greater focus and greater demand of using technology even in our classes these days. The modulation of teaching pedagogy, which is actually which with the advancement of AI and data science, is actually, it is integrating into each sector and each segment of the academia. There's larger pressure on younger adults other than the social forums that they are connected to within the academia itself. So this is going to change over a period of many years also. I'm sure the results that I'm getting now will be very different from what I'll get after 4 5 years. So I'm very interested and excited about this work, and I would love to hear everybody's comment on this. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the extra time, few minutes, a couple of minutes, which we have, we can use it later in the discussion. And we now move on to the next presentation, which is by Sahil, an optimization-driven hybrid deep learning model for depression prediction in healthcare. Sahil, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah. Richa, can you just stop sharing your screen? Yeah, thank you, Richa. Now, Sahil, can you start sharing if you are doing a PPT?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. The screen is visible.
Yeah, please go ahead. We can see your PPT.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sahil. Here I am here to present my paper entitled An Optimization Driven Hybrid Deep Learning Model for depression prediction in healthcare. So let's come out with the introduction. So IoT, what is IoT? Basically, IoT is interconnected smart devices enable autonomous data collection and exchange built on control, visibility, and traceability. With nearly 50 billion connected devices, IoT support diverse applications including healthcare monitoring, smart cities, transportation, environment monitoring, and smart chain management. Despite rapid growth, IoT faces issues of scalability, standardization, and integration with existing IT infrastructure. In IoT health-enabled devices facilitate remote patient monitoring, continuous biomarker assessment, and timely detection of health anomalies, transforming healthcare deliveries. Predictive analytics supports clinical decision-making, risk forecasting, management, and cost reduction using multi-source healthcare data. Chronic stress adversely affect physical, cognitive, and psychological health. Mental health assessment relies on identifying behavioral and psychological biomarkers. Proposed study, the work develops on IoT-based depression prediction using the hybrid model. The main objectives is to generate a novel algorithm for effective routing of medical data by IoT sensors, perform the depression prediction, and analyze the performance of DESWAO, which is double exponential smoothing wireless optimization algorithm based on the deep residual and deep LSTM, which is long short-term memory model using the matrices like energy, delay, mean square value, root mean square value, and an AE. So this is the architect as we show in show in the figure. The figure shows the proposed IoT system architecture of depression prediction. Wearable sensors are attached to the patient continuously, collecting psychological and behavioral data, which is forwarded to the gateway nodes. The data is then transmitted through the internet using the optimized routing to the IoT cloud servers. The cloud processes the data using the proposed deep learning model and share the prediction result with the healthcare professionals, enable timely monitoring and clinical decision making. The slide presents the proposed optimization-enabled IoT routing framework for depression prediction, in which the medical data is collected from IoT nodes, is transmitted using the proposed algorithm, which is double exponential smoothing algorithm, where the fitness function considers energy consumption, delay, and load balancing efficiency. The optimized data is forwarded to the base station, where feature selection is applied. Finally, the depression prediction is performed using the deep residual and deep long short-term memory model, combining effective feature extraction and temporal learning for improved accuracy. This slide shows the deep residual network architecture used for feature extraction. The model consists of the conventional layer, followed by the batch normalization and ReLU activation, along with the residual skip connections. These residual connections help addressing the vanishing grading problem and allow effective learning in deep networks. The extracted features are passed through the global average pooling and dense layer, which is later used for depression prediction. This slide presents the architecture of the deep LSTM network used for depression prediction. The LSTM layers processes sequential input data and capture long-term dependencies present in the mental health signals. A dropout layer is applied to reduce overfitment and improve generalization. Finally, the dense layer generate the output, enable accurate depression classification used on the temporal patterns. In this figure, the overall methodology flow of the proposed system is carried out. The input data is first processed by the deep residual network to extract high-level features. The features are then passed to the deep LSTM network, which capture temporal dependencies in the data. Finally, the extracted data are merged to produce the final depression prediction output. The result and the evaluation section present the performance of the proposed Python-based methodology using the matrices such as mean square error, root mean square error, energy consumption and delay. The figure shows the structure of the dataset along with the selected feature used for model training, which include key mental health indicators. These features are pre-processed to ensure accuracy, efficiency, and reliable prediction of prediction performance. The figure in this figure, the figure compares the true and the predicted depression percentage obtained using the proposed model. The close alignment between the actual and the predicted value indicates the model efficiently captures underlying depression patterns. Minor variations are observed, but overall the prediction trends closely follow the ground truth, demonstrating good accuracy and stability of the proposed approach. This figure shows the performance of the proposed model for varying number of iterations using the mean square value, root mean square value as the evaluation matrices. As the number of iteration increase, all the three error matrices shows the consistent reduction, indicated improved learning and convergence of model. The result demonstrating that the higher iteration enhance predictive accuracy while maintaining stable performance. This figure shows the comparative approach. In this figure, the comparison of the different model using the mean square error, root mean square error with varying training data percentages are shown. The proposed deep residual and deep LSDM model shows lower error values compared to other models. As the training data increases, the performance improves, which indicates the proposed model is more accurate and reliable. So at the end, we will conclude that we proposed an efficient IoT-based depression prediction framework using the DESWA and deep residual and deep LSDM model, which is the hybrid model. And the medical data from the IoT sensor is pre-processed to ensure accuracy and consistency. So the routing mechanism optimized data transmission by reducing energy consumption and delay. And the other model combines DNR, which is deep residual networks, and deep LSDM networks to improve prediction accuracy. In the experiment result demonstrating the value of MSE is 0.056 and RMSE is 0.237 and MAE is 0.167 and energy consumption is 0.639 joules, which is comparatively low than all of other models. The proposed approach achieves a delay reduction of 0.367 seconds, outperforming traditional methods. In the future work, we will focus on scalability enhancement, larger dataset, and broader depression prediction scenarios. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Wow, I'm so glad that all presenters are actually being very conscious of time and doing very well. In fact, taking less time than what we expected them to do. So anyway, that's good. We have more time for discussion. So thank you very much, Sahil. Enjoyed listening to your paper, and we will please hold on for discussions towards the end. And we will now move on to the next paper, which is an application of machine learning technique in predicting hypertension in India by Vikas. Vikas, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello.
Vikas, Divya, is Vikas there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, there you are. So Vikas, are you going to do a PPT and will you share it, please? Yes, we can. Yeah, you're doing that. Thank you. And you can start with your presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, we can hear you and see your PPT. Yes, please start.
I'm Vikas Kamble, and my PhD topic my topic is an application of machine learning technique in predicting hypertension in India. hypertension pressure in the introduction hypertension pressure in the blood vessel is too high, 140 to 90 mmHg or higher, according to WHO. Consider based on systolic and diastolic blood pressure level is the hypertension in older adults generally defined by systolic blood pressure is greater than 140 and diastolic pressure is greater than 90. The introduction hypertension is significant cause of premature death and is a hypertension is one of the most public health challenge in worldwide, with upwards of 1 in 4 men and 1 in 5 women over a billion people. Two types of hypertension is a first is no known cause is a two types of hypertension is a no cause without identified causes, and second is a illness and disability is the identified causes. Some literatures, the prevalence and severity of hypertension rise with age and men modified cardiovascular disease. Second is a hypertension is significant and often asymptomatic chronic disease. The risk, according to Bonorsia and Stanselian, the risk of stroke rises proportionally with increasing blood pressure. And Bonorsia, hypertension major cause of morbidity and mortality. The literature, Chenga and Yu developed a risk evaluation model using a natural neural network-based method for hypertension risk assessment. According to Merogel in 2023, Ethiopian cross-section study, the extreme gradient boost model best predicts hypertension risk based on age, BMI, disease. The need for this study aims to there is a limited use of machine learning technique on a national represented survey. Lastly, the major challenge facing healthcare organization is the provision of quality services and affordable cost to the older population. And next one is applying new technique to diagnose individual hypertension quickly and most importantly, and also is the avoid the human bias. The, the main objective of the study is to find the best fitted model and predict the hypertension by using supervised machine learning algorithms. The data and methods this study used to longitudinal aging study in India wave first. Under this survey, data collected on socio-demographic and health from all states and union territories. In the last survey, is around 73,396 older adults data on overall 45 years and above. However, the present study to analyze data as per study aims to ultimate 48,300 samples has been considered. The hypertension is a binary outcome variables and the social indicator and health related indicator also other morbidity indicator variables. The methodology descriptive statistics were performed to access percentage distribution of the different variables. Heatmap was understand the correlation among the elderly variables, and next was the main methodology is the supervised machine learning model used to understand the classification prediction of hypertension. The first part is the split the training and testing data. Training data is the 70% and testing data is 30%. The five machine learning algorithm in this study: logistic regression, uh, decision tree, random forest, and X gradient boosting classifiers. And last one, support vector machine. The, and after the classification report is based on the data predict the which best fit model according to classification matrix. The classification report confusion matrix is a n cross n matrix and usually presented a tabular from true positive, true negative, and actual positive, actual negative. The last one next is part result. The study revealed that around 34% older adults reported in hypertension prevalence. Prevalence of hypertension, overall prevalence hypertension, 34% was higher among individual age 60 and above. The individually stroke uh, shows substantially higher hypertension prevalence. X gradient boost is the no strong correlation among over features of hypertension and other variables. Then best prediction performance of each classifier. The goal to determine which model is optimal and which accuracy is the X gradient boost is 68% or the most accurate. Closely followed support vector machine is the 67%, and also decision tree random forest is the lowest accuracy. The important risk factor for best fitted X gradient boost best model, and second is relationship between risk factor and outcome. The X gradient show the important analysis to age and BMI and diabetes are most significant predictors of hypertension. And then these findings are consistent with epidemiological evidence. The model performs the model performs area under curve. The 62% indicates that model has modest ability to uh, distinguish between two classes. Then further discussion and conclusion. And conclusion, as healthcare expenditure increase on chronic diseases with an increase in population, the application of this study in the public health field cannot be underestimated as the main goal of predictive model is to predict the occurrence of hypertension. The first next one, the first study to apply ML approach to predict hypertension, we trained by applying 5 machine learning algorithms and logistic regression, random forest, decision tree, support vector, and classifier gradient boosting to predict the risk of hypertension. It is associated factors using aging population representative data in India. Implications of this study make it easier for health workforce identify the eligible for screening. The algorithm generally had good prediction accuracy with gradient-based classifiers and better discrimination ability. Outperforming other models, algorithm to predict hypertension had highest accuracy, scoring 68% of gradient boost. Predictive models make precise forecasts using the relationship between data and machine learning assessment parameters, verifying their incremental validity according. We can efficiently extract knowledge from lossy data and generate results by employing machine learning techniques. The machine learning model can forecast the condition of elderly patients. These 5 machine learning models can achieve better predictive performance with small number of features and subsets. Age and BMI are most significant factor associated with hypertension in older population. These are some references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, we have another speaker who has stuck to time in a very, I would say, um, in a great manner so that we are left with more time for discussion. Are you sure you want to close up now or say 1 minute or 2 minutes more? You want to, or should we move on to the next?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you want to say a minute? I think you all have disciplined yourself very well that you don't exceed the time allotted. We appreciate that, but you want to wait for the discussion or you do want to say something more?
Ma'am, he said we should move ahead with the next presentation.
Okay. Okay, fine. Great. So now we move on to another presentation, which is the fourth one so far. And this is a silent tsunami related to Alzheimer's disease in India, linking environmental exposure, gendered burden, and public health policy. And this is being presented to you by Neelu Bharti. Neelu, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm ready.
Yeah, so you also have a PPT?
Yeah. However, I do not have
please,
an option to present, like share my screen here.
No, it would be, if you look at the bottom, it would say, so share your screen. Vikas, will you please close your
I think
PPT?
he has stopped sharing, but I still can't see the option.
On your laptop or mobile, whichever you're using, it would be there. Can you see?
Neelu, move your cursor to the bottom of the screen where you will find one green one, which is the share.
Yes, sir. I don't have that option, the green option at all. I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, so can you do one thing, Divya? You share the presentation to Divya, and she will be able to share that.
Oh yeah,
No,
okay, I'll share.
We have the presentation, sir. Just
Yeah.
No,
give us,
I had modified the PPT later, so I'll send you the another one. May I do that?
I don't think
Can
we
you
have
do it now immediately?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Can
send
you
now.
do it immediately?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Divya, just tell us when you receive the email.
Yeah, maybe we can, ma'am.
It should be instant.
Yeah, we can continue with the next presenter.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we will download and keep it ready for her. Is that fine?
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's okay with us. And only thing is that I will then take a back seat now for some time and request Professor Krishnan to pay a little more attention to the next 4 papers and maybe introduce the topics and call the presenters. So,
yeah, sure.
Is that fine, Professor Krishnan?
Yeah, perfectly all right.
So at the end of it, like we said, that we have now 8 presentations instead of 9. And these are covering issues related to techno-innovation, environmental change, disaster management, and socioeconomic cultural diversity policy impacts. So I will reserve my remarks and initiate discussion on the 4 papers, which are the first 4. And we will have Professor Krishnan, who will now take charge and handle the next 4. And towards the end, we will have discussion on all 8, with me sticking more attention to the first 4 and him with the next 4. So that we can do everything in a more democratic and amicable manner. And hopefully, please, participants, put your questions in the chat box meantime and be ready for a good discussion. So, Professor Krishnan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mala. As I move to the next one, with the next presenter is Abhinav Kumar Mishra, and he's going to talk about the climate change and health of elderly in India, exploring vulnerabilities and adaptive responses. I hope Abhinav is ready for presentation. Abhinav,
yes, sir.
Over
I
to
will
you.
share now.
Over to
Yes,
you.
sir.
And yeah, all the very best.
Sir, is the presentation visible?
Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So
Where
I
have you
will be
shared which email ID? Can you share it again?
so I will be presenting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I will be presenting on the topic climate change and health of elderly in
Which
India,
one? Do you remember that email ID?
exploring vulnerabilities and
Yeah,
adaptive
okay.
responses.
Send it, yeah, fast, yeah.
So the urban climate health
1
crisis
second,
in
Abhinav.
India.
Abhinav, 1 second.
Okay.
Divya,
Okay.
can you mute your system?
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, due to various factors like rapid urbanization, which are including exposure to the climate hazards, multiple climate stressors like increasing heat waves, air pollution, flooding, and vector proliferation, infrastructure deficits, and as also the inequitable burden of this crisis, there has been a increasing impact of the climate change on the health of elderly in India. So the study objectives for this study was to synthesize the published evidence on climate health linkages in urban India, characterize health vulnerabilities by exposure to various domains, identify which are the vulnerable population groups and how the climate-induced changes are affecting their health, and highlight evidence-based adaptive priorities and further policy pathways. So a secondary data analysis has been done for this study using various national surveys, IMD data on climate, Ministry of Health and Surveillance report, peer-reviewed literature from Scopus, Lancet, IIT Delhi, etc. So this is a bibliometric analysis chart of developed in WOS Viewer using the Scopus Index article from the last 10 years between 2015 to 2025, taking keyword as climate change, health, vulnerability, elderly, which gave a result of about 20,500 articles. And here we can see the major concerns are public health, hot temperature, vulnerability, adaptation, female, male, aged 80 and above, middle aged, because these are the terminologies having high linkages. Then, what are the key climate exposures which the elderly are facing? So, first one is the extreme heat due to the elevated urban temperatures and the challenges like urban heat island. There has been increased exposure to the heat waves. Then, air pollution, which the particulate matters PM 2.5, PM 10, these are also increasing. Then, the urban flooding as also the vectors diseases like dengue, malaria, and breeding sites across urban India have been spreading. So, some of the facts related to the heat-related impacts on the elderly. So, 733 heat-related deaths in 2024 versus the 360 that was the official count. Then there have been increased instances of hospitalization. Occupational stress has also increased, as also the heat vulnerability, as evidenced by the 40,000 plus heat stroke cases in the 17 states. This is from 2024. Then a major concern regarding the heat-related deaths in India is the underreporting of the official Ministry of Health and Family Welfare count, which was around 360 in 2024. But actual scientific study, those estimates some of the estimates done by the Lancet and WHO have put it at 733. Then the second burden is the air pollution. 2 lakh plus cases in Delhi alone in the last 3 years. Then increased morbidity and mortality due to cardiovascular outcomes related to the air pollution. There have been instances of pregnancy complications. And in India, around 9 lakh 80,000, which is almost around a million deaths that are attributed to air pollution annually. So this graph shows that the northern plains, the area around the Delhi, MP, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, these show the highest air pollution deaths and health burden. Then vector-borne diseases. So waterlogging due to the urban flooding creates breeding sites, mosquito proliferation, and diarrheal diseases. And these are the trends of the dengue and malaria cases in the last 5 years between 2019 to 2024, according to the Ministry of Health. So we can see a trend of malaria on the decline, but the cases of dengue have been fluctuating. In some years it is high, and there is also a high seasonal uh, variability. What are the other health impacts? So there is mental health, health disruption of healthcare, livelihood is also impacted, particularly for the elderly in the vulnerable occupations, as also the social disruption due to migration and displacement from the cities. So vulnerable population groups. 25% of the most vulnerable population group which face the climate-related health risks in urban India belong to the elderly group. So these groups are vulnerable due to the limited access, which is the inadequate housing, cooling, and healthcare. Then economic constraints. There are informal workers, daily wage earners above the age of 60. Social deficit, which is the weak social safety nets and protection systems, as well as the higher disease prevalence in the poor communities. So the adaptive actions that have been followed but have not been so effective so far are the early warning systems or for the flooding, early warning system for the heat waves, and climate resilient infrastructure which promote the proper urban drainage, housing upgrades, and water management systems. Air quality interventions have been a major concern, particularly in the winter time in and around Delhi, as also vector surveillance. And then health in system strengthening. So primary care expansion should be there. There is still a problem of accessibility in the healthcare and in the vulnerable areas. Social safety nets should be there. And then capacity building, training of healthcare workers on climate health linkages is also a shortfall. And as also the data integration, because across all the three vulnerabilities of air pollution, heat, as well as the vector-borne diseases, there has been a lack of data due to which clear actionable plans have not been able to work out. And then there needs to be a multi-sectoral adaptation framework integrating the health data surveillance and urban planning environment as well as social policy to address the issue of the climate-induced heat impact and health impact on the elderly. So the recommendations are to protect the most exposed population, build resilient, equitable urban health systems, invest in the local capacity and community engagement, and also to fund research to operationalize the solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Abhinav. Yeah, although we have decided to have the discussions and questions later, but, with that, I'm moving to the next participant who is Ravina. She is absent. I know this is what I got the information. So Shruti, are you ready now?
Sir, it is Neelu Bharti.
No,
The previous
okay.
presenter
No,
has.
okay, she's ready. What I thought, I will finish all this and then I'll go hand over to Mala ma'am. Mala ma'am, are you ready to take the next
Yeah,
presentation?
sure.
Okay, then Neelu, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes. I hope Divya has received my PPT.
Okay, so over to Mala ma'am.
Sorry, Divya, have you done? I think we can wait. The next speaker had started, so she can hold on to her and we can have Neelu do it.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever.
Yeah, Neelu, please finish, start with your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Neelu Bharti and I am from IIPS Mumbai, and I will be presenting on my topic here, a silent tsunami, Alzheimer's disease in India, linking environmental exposure, gender burden, and public health policy. So starting with the introduction, I'll start with a quote which somewhat describes my topic, which is India is aging faster than it is ready for, but dementia is still largely invisible. Even with the growing prevalence, which is estimated to be about 11.4 million by 2050, dementia is also growing with the aging population. Sorry. Still, many people are unaware about it, and it is still a very underknown disease, which has large impact on how we age and how our quality of life outcome happens as we age. Uh, the main factors responsible that dementia is still largely mismanaged is due to the stigma which largely prevails in Indian society. Stigma around dementia, followed by lack of access to specialists, lack of awareness, and lack of training among primary health workers who are still sort of undertrained in early screening of dementia, identifying signs and symptoms, etc. Dementia also has a gender disparity in the context of females, where females faces higher risk of developing Alzheimer's. Moving on with the rationale, we have associated multifactors to this disease, which determines how this disease progresses from our early life childhood exposure to our middle age, and then finally as an outcome in the older ages. So our existing studies suggest that early life environment, how where a person grow, what are their lifestyle during the life course, highly determines how the outcomes of Alzheimer's will be in the older ages. It is often thought to be an inevitable part of aging, but is significantly affected by modifiable risk factors through life scores. Clinically, Alzheimer's is described as a hyperphosphorylation, that is an excessive addition of phosphate groups to protein brains. But to a general audience, it moves beyond a pure clinical model. This biology is affected by how a person lives through their life course. Moving on, this study used my research objective was uh, based on to examine and explore the early life environmental psychosocial well-being, social relationships, general vulnerability of an individual, and possibly identify public policies and programs gaps. Moving on to the next slide. This study used the nationally representative data, which is LASI, the wave one, and it considered all the individuals who were above 45 years of age, in which about 1,500 individuals participated in the survey for Alzheimer's disease, and odds ratio were used to study and interpret the results of our factors. So this is our statistical analysis presented with a forest plot. This concludes that individuals who spend most of their childhood in villages as compared to towns are 35% less likely to develop AD. Individuals reporting well satisfied with life exhibited 64% lower odds of Alzheimer's. This highly suggests how individual perceives themselves has a higher impact on how they will be cognitive health, cognition health, and Alzheimer's and dementia. Being socially active and engaged in outdoor activities decreases the incidence of Alzheimer's by 39%. If a person has known to maintain a good social relationship, social engagements, etc., have a lower risk of Alzheimer's. Followed by social isolation and depression, feeling of depression and being isolated has an increased odds of Alzheimer's by 47%. Moving on with the our gender burden aspect, women particularly have higher odds of developing Alzheimer's, higher odds of also developing cognition impairment, etc., as been told by previous presenters. So women faces double unseen burden in the sense that they are also primary health caregivers in most of the cases, and they eventually goes undiagnosed due to their neglected needs or their low social status as followed by past few years, especially in rural areas, because this disease is highly stigmatized in the rural society more. A gender burden is also more in women due to the biological aspects like postmenopausal changes, hormonal changes, and drastic drop in estrogen levels after menopause. Moving on to the public health policy aspects, India has no doubt introduced a lot of public policies for senior citizens, supporting them, giving them financial needs, and healthcare subsidiaries, etc. Still, in the context of dementia, there is a large gap in how Indian government combats this disease, as it is growing. and most of us are still unaware about it. The investment in campaigns and programs to spread awareness is highly urgent and is highly required at this point of time. Just like polio has campaigns, or we have campaigns for HIV/AIDS, etc. Alzheimer's also need the same attention to how it is brought in the Indian society. If we talk about how it is connected to our social life, is mass communication campaigns, lifestyle factors, and surveillance of neurotoxins which is present in our environment can be really helpful to understand how this exposure progresses in the body of an individual to finally as Alzheimer's. Moving on to the summary, is that LASI no doubt has been a nationally representative data, but if we want to study Alzheimer's, we definitely need more data on how it is presented to audience. Like we can collect more data about the environmental exposures, family structure, family environment, etc., to understand Alzheimer's more. Now, if we talk about healthcare system, then we definitely have to focus more on how primary healthcare and gerontologists, etc., recognizes early signs and symptoms, not only during age but even in middle age. If they can recognize the signs and symptoms in the middle age itself, then the prevalence of dementia can be decreased to very much extent. Then a better social connectedness, engagement, feeling of inclusivity and care can prevent the onset of Alzheimer's. At last, I'd like to close my presentation by dementia prevention and care is not a cost, but an essential economic strategy to preserve India's demographic dividend and maintain a productive workforce by reducing the future dependency burden. Thank you.
Again, wonderful to keep to the time. In fact, all the 4 presentations whom I'm focusing on have been, I would say, very disciplined, organized, and I'm glad. Thank you. So, Professor Anil, would you move on with the next, I think, 2 or 3 presentations? What is it?
Yeah,
3?
Sure. Thanks,
Yeah,
Professor Mala.
and then we'll have the discussion later. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Shruti, Ravina is absent, and I'm just moving with Shruti. Shruti, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah, just go ahead with that. And
Yeah, I'll just start
the
sharing.
topic Shruti is going to present is on aging workforce, age-old solution. Apprenticeship as a policy tool for age-responsive health workforce development. I think it's an interesting topic. Let's see what is going to be the outcome of the presentation. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
over to Shruti. All the
Yes,
best.
sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Shruti Bharadwaj. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at IIPS, and the study that I'm presenting today is titled Aging Workforce, Age-Old Solution, Apprenticeships as a Policy Tool for Age-Responsive Health Workforce Development. Like what we are talking about since the morning, that how the population is aging worldwide, there is a parallel shift happening in the workforce. The workforce is also aging. Healthcare, which is a very labor intensive industry, the pressure is much more felt because there are many healthcare occupations which has been persistently on the shortage list of many countries, such as nursing. So a UN report notes that this reduction in the younger cohorts in the population is largely irreversible. That means that youth cannot be alone considered as a supply for future skills. So all the countries are looking for innovative strategies that is needed to widen the supply of the skills into the healthcare workforce. Apprenticeships, which is a century-old idea, have been integrated into the healthcare system of UK, Australia, Germany, and many high-income nations. So apprenticeship apprenticeships are a vocational education and training model which is based on the earn while you learn. So basically, an apprentice goes to the workplace and learns there, and he earns some financial compensation, and the company provides a workplace based learning there. The model has been noted to widen the entry of skills, supports diversity in the workforce, expands the supply of entrants, and it has also become accessible for the older population in the countries. So this study is aiming to examine how countries have leveraged the healthcare apprenticeships, particularly in clinical profession, to create and develop age responsive workforce. The method we have been following is the policy triangle analysis by Walton Gilson in 1994. The traditional policy analysis method focuses only on the content, but the policy triangle focuses on the four interconnected but significant element of a policy. Context, which is what was the environment of the policy; content, the policy itself; process, that how the policy was the need for the policy was realized, how it was implemented, and how it is being evaluated; and the actor, who were the most important people or the group of people who have influenced the policy. For that comparison, we have chosen three countries, namely England, Australia, and Germany, because they have a mature vet system, they have regulated healthcare apprenticeships role, and also due to their distinct healthcare system, they provide a ground for the maximum variation. And the data for this comparison we have retrieved from the government reports, the relevant websites, policy documents, industry guide, and as well as peer-reviewed literature. So coming to the result, on the four elements of policy analysis, coming to the context, we can see the England, Australia, and Germany all share one very common feature, that the apprenticeships were originated in the medieval times. For example, England introduced the Statute of Artifice in 1563, which was to set the minimum standards of apprenticeships in the times of Elizabeth I. Then it was repealed in 1814. So many historian notes that the apprenticeships in England have seen seen phases of expansion and decline, but it never disappeared from England. There have been many modern reforms, and the major drivers or policy driver for the apprenticeships in UK has been skill shortages, productivity gaps, and many major reviews like Leist Review, Wolf Review, Richard Review has been introduced. Australia inherited the system from England in the colonial times, and then they developed gradually. There have been three many important milestone movements in Australia, which was in 1985 apprenticeship training, and in 1992 they opened the apprenticeship system to adults. And then there were many revolutionary reforms which was shaped by Dawkins Green Paper and the labor market inquiry by Kirby in 1987. Again, the major policy drivers were labor shortages, the rapidly aging population, and the youth employment. For Germany, the same route exists, the medieval craft guild system. There was a shortage of apprenticeships. So in 1969, the Vocational Education Training Act was established. But when it comes to health apprenticeship, they are being regulated through in healthcare specific laws. Again, for Germany and Australia share one feature, that the rapidly aging population made them realize that how the apprenticeships need to be open for the older adults. And the Germany system is also known as a dual system, which is Ausbildung. Secondly, coming to the content, what is the major content of this policy in the countries? All the countries share one very common thing, which is the lifelong learning, career progression, and the employer-led design. For England, the math and English is a prerequisite to enter into the apprenticeships. The system is funded by a text-based levy, which is called apprenticeship levy. The delivery is done by a mix of multi-stakeholder approaches. There's a complex network of people who design the curriculum for the healthcare apprenticeships. They deliver, somebody's giving qualification, somebody is evaluating, somebody is providing an endpoint assessment. In 2023, the NHS expanded the apprenticeships, and they have a major plans to boost the nursing occupation through the vocational education and training. When it comes to Australia, there is two tiers of government involved. One is the state government, one is the federal government, and the funding is done jointly by the Australian government and the employers. There are many career pathways which is deliberately designed to for the entry of older adults, and once you enter the system, once an adult enter the system, there has been an age sensitive, age inclusive policies for these people. Coming to Germany, Germany also, as we said, focuses on the healthcare profession through healthcare specific laws. The funding comes from state as well as the firms, and in 2017 they introduced a very significant reform, which was to separate the generalist apprenticeship in nursing from the earlier three separate pathways. So they are enhancing the career pathway to attract more adults into the nursing. And in Germany, vocational route of the nursing is way more popular than the university based nursing, because it's attracting the older people into the system. When it comes to process, all these countries have continuously developed the apprenticeship policies through the agenda setting, implementation, and continuous evaluation of these systems. So it's not unidirectional. Periodically, these policies are being developed, and then when they get the feedback that one of the element is not working, that particular part is being continuously revised. For example, in England 2010, when the funding was approved, the Richard Review, which was an independently commissioned review, it suggested that standards of the apprenticeship should be employer led. So when you are designing a particular apprenticeship, it should be accepted and it should be industry recognized. So based on those reviews, the England government drafted the new curriculum in 2016, which was employer led, and in 2019 the first batch of nurse apprenticeship came into the labor force. Similar process goes for the Australia and Germany. The policy formulation started around 90s, 200s, and there are regular national and state review to make the policy unidirectional. Coming to the actors have been playing a very major role into the forming, implementation, and designing of the apprenticeship policies when it comes to the healthcare. England, whereas follow a centralized and a multi-stakeholder approach, there are a lot of people and group of people involved. The major of them are NHS, because NHS is the largest employer of apprentice. And there are awarding organizations, there are qualification organization, and there are trailblazers are basically group of employees and the association who design the industry standard. For Australia, as we said, there's two tiers of government are involved. There are regulators, and then there are other regulatory bodies, and then there are registered training organization who approve this training. For Germany, again, there is BIB, which monitors and does research in the field of healthcare apprenticeships. There are federal states, there are training provided which are because they follow a dual training system. So the practical training is basically imparted in the workplace, which is hospitals or the firms. And then there are a very particular role of social partners in Germany as well. So coming to the summary of our four significant elements of policy triangle. We have affirmed that one thing, that international comparisons in vocational education and training are very difficult, because all the apprenticeship policies have been shaped by their contextual factors, their institutional, their pedagogical factors. So while all these three countries have same roots, that the apprenticeships originated in the craft system, apprenticeship originated in the medieval times, but at this point they all have a different trajectories of healthcare apprenticeships because of their contextual factors. But one feature again is very common, that all these countries have deliberately designed some age responsive policies so they can align it with the labor market realities. Due to the rapid aging, the increased need for geriatric care, increased comorbidities, they have to contextually translate the apprenticeship policies and include the adult learners into the system. And also, they have created a system in a way that once the person enters into the system, there is system provides them a lifelong learning, so that the person who is already in the system doesn't feel trapped. So it can create a multi-generational workforce and also provide them career pathways to progress over the time. Actors, as we said, have played a very important role as professional gatekeepers. They have been very tightly controlling the quality of healthcare apprentices, because in healthcare, too much depends on nurses. They are responsible for the life and death. So the quality keeping is being done by the professional gatekeepers. And also this whole policy, that introduction of the healthcare apprenticeships and including the adult learners into the system, has been a continuous process for all the countries. So since the motivation was to draw the policy lesson, the how these countries have been doing, implementing, designing the healthcare apprentices, we have drawn, based on our analysis, some lesson. One, the first and major thing is we have to impart skills, not training. So when you are imparting the skills, it has to be a broad transferable skill which can be transferred to the in the same industry to the other sector. We do not have to provide an apprentice a firm specific training. Secondly, if a country is looking to copy the models of apprenticeships, they cannot copy the whole model. They have to copy the core principles which has been successful, and at the same time they have to accommodate the socio-economic, cultural, pedagogical and health system needs, because all these apprenticeship policies has been basically shaped by their contextual factors. Secondly, all these countries have a transition system. If a person cannot enter into the apprenticeship system, he's not qualified to enter the apprenticeship system, there is a prep courses who creates a person, who prepares a person to enter the system. And once you enter the system, there is continuing adult education to create an age responsive workplace condition. Once you are there, you have entered the system, there should be horizontal and vertical pathway. You enter and you realize that probably bedside nursing is not my cup of tea. There should be some horizontal vertical pathway. For example, there is in UK, you become an healthcare assistant. If you do not want to be bedside, you can become a healthcare scientist. The next thing is a joint funding. Many countries have had a successful example of joint funding in the healthcare apprenticeships. UK was the one who applied a tax-based levy, but again, as a part of continuous assessment, they are removing the level 7 joint funding, and there are many reforms that are being done in 2025. So the beneficiary would be the companies, because an apprentice is an employee after all. So a beneficiary should contribute to the joint funding. And when you are looking to copy the healthcare apprenticeships, you have to go to step-by-step intervention, especially in favorable condition, and then you have to review that how the healthcare apprenticeships has worked out in particular settings. Lastly, the government's participation has to be selective. Coming to the limitations of our study, since our study is based solely on the secondary data, the coverage, the depth, the focus in secondary data on the healthcare apprenticeship policy is quite different, so that same bias can be reflected in our analysis too. However, we have attempted to bring some novelty into the discussion of how the healthcare apprenticeships can be positioned as a policy tool to solve the healthcare workforce shortages, and as well as a rapidly aging population for all the countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shruti, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you,
Let's
sir.
wait for the comments after the entire presentation is over. Okay. So now moving to the last presenter of this session, which is Ankit Sharma. I was going to talk about the threshold approach towards universal health coverage, assessing healthcare financing for India's aging population. which is healthcare financing, which is going to be critical, especially when we talk about older persons. Let's hear from Ankit on the topic. Over to you, Ankit.
Yeah, thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ankit Sharma, and I am currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in commerce from Shri Ram College of Commerce, University of Delhi. Today, I'll be taking up the topic, a threefold approach towards universal health coverage, wherein assessing healthcare financing for India's aging population. So, as per World Health Assembly, universal healthcare has been defined as providing access to key promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative health interventions for all at an affordable cost. Also, National Health Policy of 2017 has given a robust focus over increasing government finances to healthcare, right? But still, in India's total health expenditure as a percentage of GDP is comparatively lower than the low and middle income countries' average. If you can see the graph, India's elderly population is rising rapidly. In 2030 and 2100, the population shall be increasing at an exponential rate. This has given us the triple burden of disease for the elderly population. That includes communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and physical injuries. Hence, this necessitates the need for having a very comprehensive financial protection plan for the elderly population in the Indian economy, which shall ensure accessible as well as the affordable healthcare for all the population, specifically elderly. So previous researches and studies have concentrated on publicly funded health insurance schemes. However, they have very limited attention given to the role and potential of private and other health insurance, like employer-generated health insurance. However, to attain universal health coverage, there's also a need to analyze the studying health insurance coverage across different socio-demographic subgroups. So the prima facie objective for our study is to understand the scenario of health insurance coverage among elderly in India. So the study has been done using a secondary data source from longitudinal aging study in India from 2017 to 18, where the sample size includes approximately 31,000 elderly of 60 plus years age, wherein we have used the outcome variables as any health insurance coverage, social health insurance coverage, private health insurance, and employer health insurance, wherein the independent variable shall include age, sex, place of residence, education, wealth status, living arrangements, social groups, etc. Also, the methods which we have applied are bivariate analysis using logistic regression analysis. If you could see the graph, approximately 82% of the elderly population has never been exposed to any sort of health insurance scheme. And that's a huge number, right? Second, approximately 15% of the elderly population has received social insurance. And the number comes even lower for the private insurance, including employer-generated health insurance. That is 3% in total, right? Hence, we can say that coverage is largely dominated by social health insurance. Hence, this poses the need for identification of factors which shall be influencing the lower health utilization coverage in the elderly population. This graph shows the state-wise insurance penetration among elderly population in India, wherein we have Jammu and Kashmir at the lowest, 0.21%, and Mizoram at backs at the highest, that is 69%, which states that 69% of the elderly population in Mizoram has exposed to some sort of health insurance. And we can similar patterns we can observe for social health insurance as well. So both in terms of health as well as social insurance, the elderly living in urban areas are less likely to receive any sort of health insurance compared to rural areas. In the same sense, scheduled tribes are more likely to receive any health insurance with social health insurance including, and they are comparatively better doing like with scheduled caste as well as other backward class. So we can have a probable reason like scheduled groups has been divided into three categories: OBC, SC, and ST. When ST is the most vulnerable section, right? So hence, the more targeting of publicly funded health insurance has been targeting more to the ST community. Hence, their utilization has been increased among, if we see a cross-section analysis of different years. So a study is basically points out that the health insurance coverage throughout Indian economy is very low. The utilization rates are significantly low. Also, the coverage by private health insurance and employer-generated health insurance is negligible. Coverage varies by socio-economic factors. Like, for example, there is a perception where we think that urban areas have better healthcare system, so the insurance penetration at urban areas must be higher as compared to rural areas. But our findings give us the opposite results, which states that rural areas are likely to perform better in terms of health insurance coverage. A possible reason could be that the majority of the health insurance coverage is in the form of publicly funded health insurance, which is more targeted to rural, poor, and remote population. So coming to the policy implication part of the study. So first and foremost thing is the enhancing awareness among the elderly population and their independent take cares, right? Second is we should have, like, there's a perception where the insurance premium has been seen as an expense. We have to change this perception and bring insurance premium not as an expense, but as an investment opportunity. Second, we can have improved implementation and targeting of publicly funded health insurance programs. And third, strengthening regulations for employer insurance schemes. Like, for example, the top management consulting firms, let's say BCG, McKinsey, and Bain, and also the investment banking firms, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. They do provide post-health insurance benefits post-retirement. Like, if a certain person have completed certain years of service in that particular firm and he retires from that particular firm, then he will be getting post-retirement health insurance benefit from that particular firm. But this policy is not implemented throughout India, and specifically if I talk about indigenous firms are not following this type of policy. Hence, in nutshell, I can just filter it out like economically better off population should be encouraged for private insurance, and economically worse off population should be provided publicly funded health insurance. And we should, in order to ensure that we have a comprehensive financial protection plan for the entire Indian economy. And yeah, by this I come to an end. And thank you for having me today. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Amit. Now we came to the end of the presentation, and now we are going to have a discussion as suggested by Professor Mala. Over to you, Professor Mala, for the first four papers. Professor Mala, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. As my beginning comments, I would say that I found each paper, that is all 8 papers, useful and touching pivotal issues. And it brings many thoughts for further research focus and developing critical discourses. Now, speaking specifically about the 4 papers which I want to comment on, the first one which we had on techno-stress and procrastination by Richa Nigam. Yes, I am familiar with your work and some of your work, I would say, and I found it quite an enriching paper. And I think the growth of techno-stress research is yielding significant theoretical and empirical knowledge, which is shaping our critical thinking on psychological impacts, on physiological impacts, on emotional dimensions of techno-stress. And we really need comprehensive understanding of how techno-stress emerges across different ages. So your paper does leave us with food for thoughts on doing more detailed research on these aspects, especially in terms of procrastination related to internet and social media usage and age differences, which would be pertinent to consider when governments want to bring in more of digital and technological emphasis. So any research which is looking at the implications of it from policy point of view, as well as how we can safeguard the interests and its usage would be beneficial. So that's If any of the researchers present here and you included want to take this forward, it would be great for the academic community. The paper by Sahil, titled An Optimization Driven Hybrid Deep Learning Model for Depression Prediction in Healthcare, brings attention to hybrid deep learning models, which, when they can be combined with certain methods, can predict depression. And I think this is a very useful way. And it was also seen during COVID times and beyond, uh, where then the rapidly evolving field of artificial intelligence can add to its utility, as the conventional methods, which often fall short in capturing the, I would say, nuances and intricacies of emotional state of mind, necessitates a more comprehensive approach. So I do believe that hybrid models have better potential, which can improve healthcare. So thanks to you, Sahil, for opening our minds towards this direction. The paper, An Application of Machine Learning Technique in Predicting Hypertension in India by Vikas, was another interesting presentation, as the technique is becoming popular to predict hypertension risk, since it is considered having high accuracy and shows sensitivity and aid in bringing interventions as well as personalized health care. So hypertension, we know, affects a sizable section of the population and has been recognized as a growing problem. Thus, your paper's utility, as it points towards the potential of AI in supporting public health efforts and enhancing clinical decision making, is noteworthy. And such applications can add to its control and prevention. The last paper, which I'm giving my comments on, Silent Tsunami, Alzheimer's Disease in India, Linking Environmental Exposure, Gender Burden, and Public Health Policy, by Neelu Bharti, is, I think, a very serious concern which requires urgent attention. And importantly, we need to examine what factors can be dealt with to reduce the burden of Alzheimer's disease. In the realm of AD, the most prevalent form of dementia, the impact of environmental factors has brought in intense curiosity due to its substantial burden on global health. So we know there is a lot of evidence coming in, which is indicating the detrimental role of various environmental factors in the progression of the disease. And we know it is a life-limiting neurodegenerative disorder. And what is important is that now it is being recognized. And you've pointed out that disproportionately it affects women. So indeed, sex and gender are emerging as crucial modifiers of diagnostic and therapeutic pathways. So I'm glad the presentation dealt with this aspect, and it is relevant in understanding impact on important advances in the treatment and diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. And it has implications for disease modifying therapies, for cognitive assessment tools, and various multi domain lifestyle interventional studies, which can focus on gender aspects. So, just my last comment on this is that definitely it's a fastest growing public health challenge, And it is not only in India, but globally too. So traditionally, we saw family or as a family or social problem, but we need to look at dementia, and I'm glad it is emerging as a critical public health priority. And it does require multi-sectoral action. And it would be nice if participants can share their thoughts on this um, and discuss among yourselves, because you could discuss with the researchers, as we won't have much time to go deeper into these things, but later deliberations after the conference can help us. And I would request all the presenters, please look in the chat box for any specific question related to your presentation. And if you could answer it in that, it would save us time. Thank you. And Professor Anil, I think you can take over now.
Yes, thank you, Professor Mala, for your comprehensive comments on the full presentation. Now
Sir,
I'm going to.
Can I just, Shruti, can you just stop sharing? Shruti?
Yes, sir, I hear you. I have stopped sharing. I don't know how is it visible to you yet? Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
it's still
No, it's gone now?
Yeah, it's gone
Okay.
now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over to you, sir.
Yes.
No, but I think in one way it was good to have that thank you there. So we thank all the presenters.
Okay, that is still we have time, Professor Mala. Okay. So I'm going to briefly talk about the three presentations. Although all the three presentations, the researchers did very well. To at their level, they did well. But while while accepting the fact that you did a good work, there are some major issues to be addressed at your level. That's what I'm going to focus. But don't think that I'm only focusing that. There are a lot of good things which we all know about it. The first one, Abhinav, your presentation is a climate exposure. The data you showed, it was an excellent. You cut across all the issues. But why you have ignored one of the major issues like freezing cold? Because your data essentially focuses on Rajasthan, Punjab, some states you given on a heat wave, but you ignored this fact. I know heat wave, vector-borne diseases, and all others except the freezing cold, which is also a factor as you grow old that affects your biological health. Second, when you explained several factors, you were not giving proper referencing. See, the initial slide you said I've taken data from IMD, Government of India, etc., etc. But when you make a presentation on a certain topic, it should be properly referenced. Like the death or the affected people, but you loosely mentioned all those things, which for a public health kind of presentation won't be acceptable at all. Then the last point I would like to make us on the recommendations. Recommendations are based on what? When we all conduct research, the recommendations should derive from our research. It should be linked to the result. Here, without touching upon the actual result, you talked about recommendations on this. So, and what all I am telling, it is to further improve. Don't take it as a criticism, take it as a constructive criticism. Thereby you can further improve. If at all you want to get some more information, you can offline reach out to me. My emails are readily available. Okay, all the best, Abhinav. Now I'm moving to Shruti. The same way I'm going to respond to Shruti as well. although you did a wonderful thing in your presentation, there are so many good things and innovative things. But I'm going to talk about the flip side. This
Please,
will
sir. Yeah.
help you to further improve this one.
Yes, sir.
See, when we talk about your particular topic, you have essentially analyzed UK, Australia, and Germany, which are all developed countries, and the vocational training, which is applicable in those countries. The major reason being is where if you look at unemployment are very less in those countries. Those things could not be directly applied at countries like India or any other country for that matter in Asia, including Japan. Because the reason being is the younger cohort is there to step into the new job, right? When you make such a study, how it could potentially be applied in the context of Asia, that would have been a much better way if you could present it there. But I really appreciate it's basically a theoretical analysis using the data from the medieval period until now. But if you could potentially say that if you could modify a bit which could be applicable in a country, multiple countries. See, you could have taken an example of applying that into Singapore or Thailand. I mean, these are some of the examples I am giving, even including Japan. Those connections could give an additional flavor to your presentation.
All right.
But you did a different model, and thanks for that, and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
And lastly, moving to Ankit. Unfortunately, the 3 presentation I got is all theoretical in nature, nothing related to the data. I don't know, it is purposive or not. Amit, the one which you are essentially doing as here is the insurance. A country like India, when we talk about the insurance, we essentially focus on the insurance given by the government. Since it is a underdeveloped country, it is critical for a country like India to provide a insurance related to the government system. That was a major reason when you analyzed it. It favored the rural population than the urban. See, and the second point I wanted to make here is elderlies are not able to. Elderly means 60 plus are not easily can enter into the private health insurance for various reasons. One is the exorbitant rate of premium. Secondly, they are they might be having several diseases which further increases their premium, which is not possible for the people, those who are living in a low economic sector. Considering that, your title is why people are not engaging in private. Rather, most of the countries are moving towards engaging people at the government sector to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure and economic burden. So we should promote the government systems rather than the private, which in any case cannot be sustainable for the poor of the poor communities. Since you are doing honors in commerce, I think over the course you will understand the culture of the insurance system. Still, you did a wonderful job, and all the very best. With this, I'm requesting Professor Mala to take this further.
Thank you very much, Professor Krishnan, for your critical comments on each presentation. I think it's going to help the researchers quite a bit in their further research and analysis and thoughts for taking it forward. So I think if you agree, we can. I don't see many comments in the chat box which relates to any larger discussion on some of these things. But I'm sure a lot of people must have found it interesting. We'll get that feedback from the Google Forms, which please everybody fill up. And we are in time to close. What do you say, Professor Krishnan?
Yes, before that, I think there is a question from someone, Lily. How or in what way techno stress is connected with the aging? I think this is for the which presenter, Lily. If you are on the chat, can you just direct this question to whom? But it seems to me an interesting question.
So I would like to answer because I presented on this. So
Sure,
I
sure,
have
sure.
already answered to, I think, Sunanda Das, who has asked this question. And yeah, thank you for your questions. And I have also written this to her directly. So as of now, we can see that the increased internet addiction is increasing procrastination in middle-aged adults as well, because we collected that data, right? And however, in the analysis, we did not find an increase in techno stress. Now, from the existing literature, we already know, Leibovitz study, that at the middle age, we are at the peak of our cognition and emotion interaction. So that way, even if there is a burden that is increasing with the adoption of technology, middle-aged adults are able to regulate the emotions better. So that way, it's not increasing the stress. However, it is certainly leading to the burnout that is there. So that is what I can comment on as of now. And for older adults, we are still collecting the data and observing the patterns, as I've explained earlier also. So yeah, I'll say only this much as of now for the entire cross section, because we've not come out with our results yet on that, and it's still going on. But yeah, for middle-aged, I'll certainly comment on this.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Richa.
I would like to further bring in some comment on this, throw a little more light based on some of my research. One of the things which I have noticed is because the digital and technological literacy is low among people who are 60 plus, so the stress levels increase with them. But we have seen that where we have managed, and that was seen during COVID time, where we were able to educate them well, where we could help them understand the benefits as well as ways of operation, as well as understand the how to keep away from the negative impacts. Things did bring about a good result. So, I mean, like I said, that many of these topics does require more discourses, more research, and it also needs to be taken care of among a cross section of the population. You know, the socioeconomic background impacts, literacy level impacts, gender impacts, and also the emergency of a certain situation impacts the need for being involved with usage of these things. So all these have impacts on the mental health, on the well-being aspects. And I think there is lots of research which is going on in different countries, and a lot of it is now being published, and we need more things. And my suggestion uh, for future programs related to Longevity Asia is to look at this aspect as one particular half-day discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Prasamala. So yeah, thank you for the insightful comments actually. So regarding that demographics where you were talking about the socioeconomic status and literacy, so we had controlled for that. We had matched our both our groups on those. So yeah, certainly. And why as of now I'm not commenting on that, because this is another question that has been dropped in the chat, and the same views are there that difficulty to adopt to the technology is creating the stress. It might be creating the stress in the older adults. So that's what I had explained earlier also, why we were actually continuing with older data was because they're using it massively for leisure. Now, when it becomes stress and not leisure, needs to be commented on, right? Because here, in the other two cohorts, the need is different. The need is part work and then part leisure. And of course, the leisure quotient will be different for young versus middle-aged and old, right? So because of all that, we are still navigating that space to comment clearly. But ma'am, thank you so much, and very grateful for your insights and comments.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad that this has opened up some thoughts amongst the participants. And please keep your thoughts alive.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Professor Anil, why don't you conclude the session? And if Dhananjay and Divya are okay with it, we can close it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or they have some comments to make towards the end.
Yeah, so let me first thank the 7 participants, those who have presented their research findings. There are different views from the panel or the chairs, which is all for your further improvement. Keeping the suggestions, you could further improve the papers that I'm sure your mentors will also accept it. But being a part of this kind of conferences always boost or encourage the students group or the research groups. This is the basic part of these kind of events. With that, once again, I thank the participants, those who have made the presentation very well. And with that, I'm closing this session. And over to Dhananjay for the last word.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Lastly, I must also thank both the chairpersons for conducting the sessions very smoothly, and hope that tomorrow also we'll have the similar fruitful sessions. And we are starting around 9:30 with the panel discussions, and Professor Anil Krishna will be the chairing that panel discussions actually, and after these panel discussions, we'll have the technical sessions. So, Divya, any instructions for this audience now? Or we're just closing?
We are good. Good, sir. We are good. So we will all join 5 minutes early tomorrow, so the 5 to 10 minutes, so that we are in time for the panel discussion.
So tomorrow,
and we will not make the panelists also wait.
Yeah, so tomorrow exactly 9:30 we'll start the panel discussions, and immediately after the panel discussion, we'll start our technical sessions. So thank you so much. Thank you all. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah,
bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And it's just to let you know, as I had pointed out, due to some family commitments, I will not be joining the session tomorrow, but I will see you all on Monday. And I look forward to it, and good luck for tomorrow. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So, Lily, be ready for tomorrow's introductions. Keep the introduction ready. Are you there, Lily?
Yes, ma'am.
So tomorrow, keep it ready, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we are good. Bye, everyone. Good day.
Bye.
Chaitra, shall we log off? Chaitra, Uma?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Yeah. Bye. Take care.